Good evening and welcome to the Joint Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Commissioners meeting of December 2nd, 2025. I'm Rob Thomas, the Planning and Zoning Vice Chair, District 3, filling in for Chairman Briggs Simmons. Prior to this meeting, announcements were posted and notices were sent to all board members and commissioners, staff, interest parties, and applicants participating in this meeting. I will now turn over to Dr. Ramona Jackson Jones to introduce and confirm the presence of the commissioners. Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Vice Chairman Thomas. Good evening, everyone, and to the citizens of Douglas County. I'm Dr. Ramona Jackson Jones, the chairwoman of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Excuse my hoarseness tonight. However, I would like to start with roll call for our Board of Commissioners. District 4 and Vice Chair Mark Alcaraz.
Present.
District 1, Commissioner Henry Mitchell III. Present. District 2, Commissioner Whitney Kenner Jones.
Present.
And District 3, Martin Raxton.
Present.
Commissioner Martin Raxton. Board of Commissioners, we do have a quorum. So we do have a quorum, and I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you. Also present, we have members of the Planning and Zoning Board. Please confirm your presence as I call your name. District 1, Brandon Penniman.
Present.
District 2, Oric Corey.
Present.
District, Frank Payne at large.
Present.
And Dr. Chris Smalls is this DC School System Representative.
Present.
And District 4, Melissa Polk is excused for today. We have a quorum. Allison Duncton, our Planning and Zoning Manager, will now introduce the county staff and Planning and Zoning staff that is present.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Tonight we have with us our Chief of Staff, Tiffany Stewart Stanley. We have our representative of the County Attorney, Mary Minter. We have our Managing Director of Development and Planning, James Worthington. We have our Deputy Director of Development Services, Travis McDonald. We have our Director of Traffic Operations, Bruce Mercer. We have Brian Keel with us from the Water and Sewer Authority, and we have Jay Williford here on behalf of the Fire Department. We have our Zoning Administrator, Austin Cronin. We have our County Planner, Melody Glenn, and we have our Clerk of the Planning and Zoning Board, Johanna Womack. And I'm always grateful for our communications team and our Sheriff's deputies for being with us here tonight as well. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a reversionary clause that applies to each rezoning, and that is the applicant, the agent, or the property owner has 24 months to vest the zoning changes after the Board of Commissioners has granted approval. So just a quick scenario as to how tonight procedure is going to go. Vice Chairman, me, Planning and Zoning Board conducts each public hearing. Planning and Zoning staff will announce each applicant, followed by a full presentation on the application. The applicant or their representative and members of the public in favor of the application will be able to present their information. They have 2 minutes per person, a total of 15 minutes to speak on behalf of the application. Members of the public in opposition of the application will be able to present their information as well. They will also have 2 minutes per person and a total of 15 minutes to speak in opposition of the application. After the opposition completes their inputs or the time has elapsed, the public hearing will be officially closed. At this point, the staff will clarify any points of the zoning case. If the staff is not able to satisfy the board question, the board will then ask the applicant to points of clarity. This is not a time for the applicant to represent his case, but just to answer any clarifying questions. The Planning and Zoning will then entertain a motion. Our first agenda item tonight will be to approve the minutes from the November 4th, 2025 regular Joint Planning and Zoning Board of Commissioners meeting. Planning and Zoning Board members, after reviewing the minutes, are there any comments, changes, or questions for the minutes? If none, do I have a motion?
This is Frank Payne. I recommend approval of the minutes from the November 4th, 2025 meeting.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a approval and a second. Let me get a vote. I'd like to get each member to raise a right hand in approval of the minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Madam Chair, we have approval of 5 Planning and Zoning Board members.
Okay, sounds like it's unanimous.
Unanimous?
Oh, okay, thank you. Board of Commissioners, I know you've had an opportunity to review the minutes from November 4th, 2025. With that being the case, are there any revisions, deletions, or additions that need to be made? If none, do we have a motion to approve the minutes of November 4th, 2025?
So move.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. The approval. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. And I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, thank you. Ms. Duncan, will you please introduce our next agenda item?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. At this time, I would like to make a note about a potential change in the agenda. The application S 2025-87, this is the request for a special use permit to allow a convenience store without gas pumps at 8254 Highway 166. It is the staff request that item be moved to the head of the agenda and deferred to January without opening the public hearing. The staff is not ready to present that application this evening, so it is our request that be deferred to the January meeting, if that is the will of the board. And the January meeting, I believe, is the 6th. Yes, January 6th, 2026. So I would ask for that change so that if any residents are here in regard to that case, they don't have to wait through the entirety of the meeting just for us to get there to defer it.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning Board, you heard the concern. Do I have an approval for that?
This is Brandon Penman. I make a motion to defer application S 2025-87 to the January 6th meeting, 2026.
Board Curry, second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. Can I get a vote? All in favor, raise your right hand. All right. Madam Chair, comes a 5-0 decision.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. Board of Commissioners, certainly with S 2025-87 has come to our attention a need for deferment or until January the 6th, 2026. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to defer S 2025-87 to the January 6th meeting, 2026.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carried. Now yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Duncan?
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The next item we have on the agenda is M 2025-03, Z 2025-77, and S 2025-78. This is a request for a future land use map amendment, a rezoning, and a special use permit for East Village Dothan LLC. You will recall this item was deferred from the November 4th, 2025 meeting. At this time, we will reopen the public hearing with a brief staff presentation to allow all of the public hearing and the Q&A based on the changes that have been submitted to the application. As a reminder, this is approximately 700 acres in Commission District Number 4. The request is for a data center campus. I won't revisit all of the points that we made in November. All of that information is largely the same in our staff recommendation. I do want to highlight a few things that have changed. So on my slides, you will see things highlighted in yellow that have been changed about the application. Previously, the applicant was requesting a 6 million square foot data center campus. They have revised their site plan down to be a 4.7 million square foot data center campus. There are buildings ranging in size from 320,000 square feet to 1.2 million square feet. So previously, the buildings had ranged in size from about 300,000 square feet to about 700,000 square feet. So they have changed it to be fewer buildings. Instead of 11 buildings, it is now 7 buildings. But the size range has gone from 320,000 square feet to 1.2 million square feet. As we move forward, I will share the revised site plan with you. So you can see here, this is the revised site plan. Again, the area of development has largely stayed the same. It has largely stayed concentrated there adjacent to I-20, and they are showing the open space tract that they had referred to at the end of the last meeting. That is still proposed to be the open space set aside to allow for the project to develop more densely adjacent to the interstate. So previously, under the former plan with 11 buildings, they were closer to the 25% impervious surface limitation. This site plan, I believe, is closer to the 18% impervious surface limitation, but I would defer any questions about that to the applicant or to the Water and Sewer Authority. They have also submitted revised renderings of what the campus will look like. So we do have this information that was included in your packet this evening. And then there were some revised conditions that came forward. So just as a reminder, the staff recommendation on this application is still a recommendation to deny. It is still the staff's position that a scale and intensity of the proposed project is not contemplated or supported by the comprehensive plan or future land use map. It is still the staff's position that based on the impact statements submitted with this application, particularly by the Fire Department, the Department of Transportation, and the Sheriff's Department, that there is not adequate infrastructure to serve the community for a project of this scale. So our recommendation is still very much to deny. However, if the Board of Commissioners chooses to approve the request, we are recommending the following findings and conditions. In regard to the future land use map amendment, we find that the use would not modify the comprehensive plan or intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code. The proposed use is consistent with the comprehensive plan categorization of this property as within the Commerce Center future land use classification in the Dog River Basin character area. And number 3, the granting of the map amendment would not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. In regard to the rezoning and special use permit findings, should the board choose to approve this application, we find that number 1, the proposed zoning and special use permit are consistent with the future land use category of Commerce Center. Number 2, the granting of the proposed rezoning and special use permit will not adversely affect existing public facilities and services. And number 3, the granting of the proposed rezoning and special use permit will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. Now, when we get into the specific conditions, here's where some modifications have been made. I just want to make clear that what I'm showing you highlighted in yellow are issues where the applicant has asked for a modification to the conditions. Staff does not always agree with those, and we can certainly clarify that if there's any questions. But in regard to the first condition, we would recommend that the development for this site is for a data center campus and for the preservation of open space and for no other purpose. Any proposed change of use for this site shall be returned to the Board of Commissioners for review and approval. The applicant has requested that should this project be approved, that the reference to the preservation of open space be added to this condition. In regard to number 2, staff is still recommending that the development of this site shall not utilize any form of tax abatement, incentive, or any other program that would reduce the tax contribution of the property. The applicant has requested that that condition be removed. In regard to condition number 3, the development of this site is for a data center that shall be in accordance with the concept plan included in the planning and zoning file and dated November 24th, 2025. That is that updated site plan that I shared with you previously. Approval is conditioned to this site plan. Minor revisions may be approved by the Director of Development Services. Should the Director determine that a revision does not qualify as a minor revision, it shall be at the discretion of the Director to return the application to the Board of Commissioners for review and approval. In regard to number 4, this condition is the same as you have seen previously. Every reasonable effort will be made so that electrical utility infrastructure, including but not limited to transmission lines, shall be oriented parallel to the public right-of-way and shall not cross perpendicular to any public right-of-way that is not otherwise an intersection of 2 or more public right-of-ways. Every reasonable effort will be made so that transmission lines serving the project shall not cross any property designated for residential use or used for residential purposes. Number 5, all recommendations of the Greta Notice of Decision for DRI 4422 as may be amended, and the Douglas County Department of Transportation impact statements included in the staff report are referenced herein and shall be binding as conditions of zoning approval. The Douglas County Development Review Commission shall coordinate for interpretation and implementation of these conditions. In the event of a conflict in interpretation, the application shall be returned to the Douglas County Board of Commissioners for review and approval. We had previously had a condition in there that was similar about the water and sewer infrastructure. specifically requiring that sewer infrastructure be run to this property on day one. That condition has been removed. We are leaving it to the discretion of the Environmental Health Department and the Water and Sewer Authority as to the timing of the use of septic tanks versus sewer for this project. In regard to condition number 6, the project shall substantially conform to the elevation rendering submitted with the application and included in the planning and zoning file. There shall be no structure that exceeds a maximum height of, we had recommended 60 feet at the staff level. The applicant has asked for 86 feet from ground to top of parapet, with an additional height for mechanical equipment only at the discretion of the Director of Development Services. The applicant is asking us to remove the discretion at the Director of the Development Services and just give them a flat height of 86 feet for their buildings. Allowable cladding material shall include architecturally treated concrete panel, architecturally treated decorative metal, and glass unless otherwise approved by the Director of Development Services. In the event of a conflict of interpretation, the application shall be returned to the Douglas County Board of Commissioners for review and approval. And then in regard to conditions number 7 and 8, these are conditions that you have seen previously. I apologize that I am required to read these into the record, and I know they are long. But number 7, site landscaping shall meet all requirements of the Douglas County Unified Development Code and shall substantially conform to the elevation renderings submitted with the application and included in the planning and zoning file. In regard to screening any new construction on the property, determination of compliance shall be made by the Douglas County Development Review Committee. In the event of a conflict in interpretation, this application shall be returned to the Board of Commissioners for review and approval. That is the same condition we had presented to you previously. Also in regard to number 8, detailed line of sight studies shall be required to be submitted prior to the application to DRC for a land disturbance permit. Line of sight studies shall depict the viewshed impact of the proposed buildings and structures from Tyson Road, East Tyson Road, West Tyson Road, Liberty Road, Pool Road, Sudeth Road, and Interstate 20. In the event that the proposed structures significantly impact the viewshed from the roads, the developer shall work with the Director of Development Services to determine appropriate mitigation measures. The determination of significant impact to viewshed shall be at the discretion of the Director of Development Services. In the event of a conflict of interpretation, this application shall be returned to the Board of Commissioners for review and approval. And then finally, we have condition number 9. This is one that the applicant is requesting. This was not part of the original staff recommendation, but the applicant is requesting a condition number 9 that reads, the applicant or its designee shall preserve the natural condition of parcel numbers 0116-025-002, 0116-025-001, and 0142-025-004, and 0142-025-006 of the site open space property, and shall enter into an appropriate covenant, condition, and or restriction, or by some other commercially reasonable mechanism to be recorded which will memorialize that commitment. The applicant or its designee shall also preserve and maintain the existing structures on the open space property and the existing path network on the open space property. In response to this condition, the county attorney has requested that should the board be inclined to approve, that the language be added that clarifies neither the county nor any of its officials or employees will have any duty to enforce, implement, or administer any such covenants, conditions, and or restrictions. So with that being said, the staff recommendation again is still to deny this request based on the fact that it is not compatible with the comprehensive plan and it does pose significant impact to services in the area. But should you be inclined to approve, I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you have about these conditions going forward. And with that, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Is there any other documents you want to include in the statement?
At this time, there is not any documents that we would include. If there are specific questions, we'd be more than happy to address specific questions at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm now going to open the public hearing. First, we'll have in favor. Anyone, including the applicant or their representative, wishes to speak in favor of this application, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the records, then make any comments you like. Also, I need to know that you're going to agree with the conditions that were read in by staff.
Yes, we'll talk about that in just a moment. Good evening, everyone. Joe Fowler. Thank you for hearing us again on our application for the construction of the data centers and this extensive open space. Since our meeting of November the 4th, we've been busy. We've done several things, and I want to point those out briefly. First, as you've seen, we've revised and finalized the site plan for the data center, including the 1.4 million square foot reduction of data center space. You'll hear from one of the EdgeConneX representatives in a moment about that, so if you have questions, that'd be an appropriate time to go through that. Secondly, we've developed the legal mechanism to ensure that the 4 open space parcels are preserved in perpetuity in their natural, undeveloped condition. Mr. Gerald Ponce, a lawyer whose practice area includes the drafting and enforcement of what's called covenants, conditions, and restrictions, will be available to answer any questions you may have about that. Thirdly, we met with the planning staff to work line by line through those conditions. Henry Bailey, counsel for EdgeConneX, will speak about that in just a moment. Finally, we are joined again tonight by many of the neighbors who are supportive of the application. And let me just note this. When this whole process began and the applicant spoke to the people in the neighborhood, the question was asked, does this involve as much as 250 home residential subdivision? We said no, and they said, thank you, tell us more. And at that point, that began what has turned into a long dialogue between them and us. And at some point, they became convinced that the proposed use is in the best keeping of their neighborhoods, and you'll hear more from them in just a few minutes. Last time, they were here to request your approval, and we do that as well. So now, Mr. Bailey will talk to you briefly about the condition.
Good evening. My name is Henry Bailey, counsel for EdgeConneX, 3630 Peachtree Street, Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia, at Clark Hill. As Joe just mentioned, we've made significant progress. Well, first of all, I've been introduced to the team since the previous meeting. I was not here, and now I'm on the team with EdgeConneX, and we've made significant progress since that last meeting, including the meetings that Joe referenced with staff and others to make sure that we got some alignment. excuse me, on what was going to be final presentation for this meeting. So first of all, we are super comfortable with the site plan condition being as it is. We finalized the site plan now and believe that that's the site plan that can be developed. As it pertains to the other conditions that Allison highlighted, these are accurate. The first one that I want to touch on is the tax abatement application, the tax abatement condition. We don't believe this is the proper venue for that. So what we're asking for with that request to remove that condition is to just allow us the opportunity to have a conversation in the proper venue to determine whether or not there's room for mutual benefit to both the county and the development on that regard. Secondly, as Allison noted, the DRI condition, we just wanted to make sure we added in language about whether it would be amended in the future that we would obviously comply with. And then the third condition, and I want to clarify this, is we're requesting 86 feet. That includes all of the mechanical equipment that sits on top of the building. So we're not asking for 86-foot tall building, but we're asking for 86 feet to include all of the mechanical equipment on top of the building. It's with the height of the elevator shafts that we've shown on the line of sight study. And then fourth, on the open space condition, that has been a huge topic of conversation and consideration, and we wanted to make sure that is memorialized in the conditions, which is why we requested that be added. And I appreciate the county attorney's addition with respect to the enforceability of that condition by the county and staff. But with that, I'll pass the microphone over to the next person from EdgeConneX.
Good evening. My name is Todd Workman, 2201 Cooperative Way, Herndon, Virginia. I'm here on behalf of EdgeConneX, who is developer and operator of purpose-built data centers with approaching 90 operations in 50 markets, 20 countries, and across 4 continents. Big part of what makes the Keaton Creek site attractive is the great lengths taken by the Hickman team in their thoughtful planning and proactive community engagement about this project. Keaton Creek aligns well with the design features that we seek to incorporate in our developments, and as the next long-term steward of this site, we would be very pleased to also be able to help ensure the preservation of substantial open space. We're excited about the opportunity to come into a community that sees the value and the positive impact that we can bring, and that provides us the opportunity for us to be an engaged corporate citizen. Good corporate citizenship and community support are core values to EdgeConneX. From participation by our local teams in community events, to partnering with communities and workforce development initiatives, and support of other broader priorities, we actively seek to make impactful community engagement. Through our sponsorship of classroom programming for K through 12 students to the support of workforce readiness programs geared toward adult learning, we have a role to offer in growing and maintaining a local talent pool from which we and other industry members can hire. In terms of the tax incentives, we simply ask the condition restricting the use of incentives as proposed by the Planning and Zoning staff be removed. As of now, our campus will likely be the largest generator of local taxes in Douglas County, and an opportunity exists to engage in thoughtful, informed, and transparent discussions that can provide all parties with a level of predictability and a means of avoiding unwanted surprises, as well as opportunities to accelerate the realization of revenues from the development to the county. All of this would remain at your discretion, but the language currently proposed by Planning and Zoning staff would prematurely deny all of us the opportunity for that discussion. We appreciate your consideration and look forward to your questions.
Madam Chair and members of the council and commission and members of zoning and planning, my name is Gerald Pouncey. I, like Mr. Bailey, my former law partner, have been brought into this matter since the hearing on November 4th, partly because of my work with a lot of preservation of open space as part of redevelopments around the state, and apply that knowledge here. I will say of the matters on which I have worked, hundreds of matters on which I have worked, this is one of the rare instances in which you see the opportunity to preserve a tract the size of the one we're speaking about here, 250 acres. And it's even more unique when you combine it with the fact that that preserved area will be adjacent to the Clinton Nature Preserve, which further expands the scope of that collective open space. And also the fact that all of that area will be pervious, which is significant in light of its relationship to the Dogwood Basin and how that collective pervious area is so much more effective than having islands staggered about a developed property. We've used three mechanisms. I understand the question was raised as to mechanisms preserving that space. I'll mention the three we typically use. One, conservation easements and having those in place with respect to the property. Two, we've also used master declarations, which would impose conditions and restrictions and covenants. Those are used in order to preserve perpetuity. And then the final mechanism we've used is conveyance to municipalities so that they are able to preserve it under their own jurisdiction. I will also note that we've worked very closely with the neighborhoods. So we reached an agreement with the neighborhoods, a signed agreement with the two neighborhood associations, which provides for our obligations with respect to continuing the open space and preserving that open space as well as the existing trail network. And I will say in closing, I had an opportunity to walk the property and to walk those trails and road beds late last week. And as I mentioned, all of that will be preserved as part of the agreement we're making with respect to open space.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for your consideration. My name is Joe Lynch, 2201 Cooperative Way in Herndon, Virginia. I do site acquisition for EdgeConneX and was introduced to the project earlier this year. From a data center perspective, this property presents an attractive opportunity given its path to power and proximity to Metro Atlanta, which has garnered significant customer interest. In the beginning, looking at it through a limited lens of whether the site could support a data center campus, it was only those qualities that drew me to it. However, upon meeting with the Hickman family and our other partners in development and hearing about the plan that they had to differentiate this project from any other that I've worked on in the past, my eyes were opened by what the Keaton Creek site offered that was so much more than what is typical of a data center site. Between my brief interactions with nearby residents of the Keaton Creek site that highlight the strong sense of community that exists and the county's commitment to acting in the best interest of that community, we are excited to offer some ways for us to contribute to its further success. My colleagues have already touched on the value that the open space, taxes, and jobs will bring, so I will instead shift to the development itself. We plan to build 7 buildings, 3 large and 4 smaller, each of which will be substantially self-sustaining and will be supported by 24/7 security and state-of-the-art fire suppression systems. Given these realities, it is not only our desire to cause minimal to no additional stress on the public safety resources, but is an expectation of our company leadership, customers, and investors that these facilities remain highly secure. Furthermore, EdgeConneX has a long-standing and strong relationship with Georgia Power that has been established through existing developments, who has provided us with an executable power contract for this project. I'd like to reiterate that should this project move forward, we will be committed to being a contributor to the Douglas County community through ways in which you have heard and in ways that may come from hearing more from the community. I would also like to reiterate that from both EdgeConneX's perspective and my role on the site selection team, we view Keaton Creek as a site that warrants the highest level of care. Its natural features and nearby residents deserve thoughtful, responsible development, and we are fully committed to long-term stewardship that honors those responsibilities. Thank you.
Anyone else in favor?
I believe there'll be some neighbors who will speak at this point.
So how much time we have left?
4 minutes, 25 seconds.
Anyone else in favor? Please step to the podium, state your name, address.
Hello, my name is Timothy Dotson, 177 Millwheel Drive, Villa Rica, Georgia. I am the president of Weatherstone Homeowners Association. I just wanted to let you guys know that we are in favor of that project. We went door to door talking to our neighbors, asking them and telling them what's happening. I told them what was going to happen. And I guarantee you, most of our neighbors, if not all of them, are in favor of the project. And we're the most affected, we're going to be the ones most affected by the project compared to anybody across the county. Okay. Compared to the county and stuff, but we're the one that's most affected. And we are in favor of the project. And we hope that you guys vote for it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Moses Dotson. I live at 177 Millwheel Drive, Villa Rica, Georgia. I've lived in Douglas County my entire life. I went to Alexander High School. I have plenty of friends who live in Douglas County, and they have nowhere to work. They either work down on the square in some restaurants, or they don't live here anymore. I go downtown every day to Georgia State Law School. I have friends there who are from here. They're not going to come back. There is nothing here in Douglas County for us. We have to plan for the future. Do we want to be a county where people live, survive, or do we want to be a county where people thrive? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again to all of you. Hopefully I'm a familiar face at this point, but I'm Melissa Smith, the president of the West Lakes Homeowners Association, and we are, again, directly impacted by this project, and we're here, again, to represent my 155 homes and to support the project. I sent an email to all of you earlier this week, but for those here and for those watching at home, we need to clarify who West Lakes is. West Lakes is made up of 3 subdivisions: Waterton, Springwell, and Lakemore. That's it. We do not represent the Creekview area, and they don't speak for us, and we don't speak for them. We have, since the last time we've spoken here in November until now, we as a board, as our community manager, or I myself, have received 0 letters of complaint, concern, or negative feedback as to the data center. We have only received encouragement and thanks for standing before you and advocating for what West Lakes believes is in our best interest: the preserved green space in a quiet neighborhood that is not a subdivision and not a dirt pile. There's a lot of things that we could all be doing tonight. We could be by our tree, we could be drinking our hot chocolate underneath a cozy blanket, but we're here instead advocating and asking you to protect the interests of West Lakes from a lot of the development that we see around us. Our people are adamant that we do not want a subdivision next to us, and this is the neighbor that we would like. So we ask you to vote that way. Thank you.
Anyone else in favor?
Good evening. My name is Thomas Sledge. You probably know that name, and I live at 233 Millwheel Drive, Villa Rica, Georgia. Over the past several weeks, I've shared my strong support for the applications before you tonight. Since the last public hearing, my message has grown, not just about why data centers are a good fit, but about the real, proven benefits they're bringing to communities across the country. I'm talking about job creation, new educational partnerships, stronger tax bases, and residents being empowered to meet the infrastructure needs of today and tomorrow. These aren't just promises, they're outcomes backed by real evidence I've already shared with you. Many of the concerns raised by both supporters and critics have already been addressed. They're being addressed by how data centers themselves have evolved. I'll share some examples where past challenges sparked innovation, and that innovation is what brings us here tonight. Personally, I want to see green spaces preserved. I want to drive down Poole and Liberty Road and see people at work. I want to see partnerships that expand educational opportunities. And I want to see increased tax revenues supporting better schools and public services. Knowing that I had a hand in helping make that happen, that would be deeply gratifying. Now, the applicant isn't guaranteeing these outcomes, but the track record speaks for itself. Data centers have gone from being a question mark to being part of the answer. They have helped turn yesterday's problems into today's solutions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2 minutes, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, so now we're closing the public hearing for in favor. Now we're going to, that's against the applicants. So again, we have 2 minutes per person, total of 15 minutes. Anyone here in opposition to this applicant, please come to the podium, state your name and your address.
Hi, I'm Natalie Hayes, 8895 Ephesus Church Road in Villa Rica. I feel like there's been a lot of putting lipstick on a pig here as far as this romanticized green space, mainly due to the massive amount of diesel generators that are required for these facilities. Imagine taking your family on a walk in this beautiful green space, only to be confronted with puffs of black smoke everywhere. Black smoke that contains all kinds of carcinogens. Doesn't seem very romantic now, does it? Data centers use a lot of high-powered diesel generators to keep systems online 24/7. Not only are these generators used when data centers need a backup power source, they are turned on and tested monthly for periods of time. Every time they are started, a great deal of emissions is sent into the air, impacting nearby communities. These generators emit significant amounts of particulate matter, nitrogen oxides, sulfur dioxide, and carbon dioxide, pollutants that degrade air quality and pose serious health risks to nearby communities. Diesel exhaust from the backup generators contains fine particles that can cause health problems for people who are exposed frequently and at high enough levels. When people inhale polluted air, particulates embed in their lungs and bloodstreams, causing heart and lung disease. This is important here. After just a short period of exposure, these toxic air pollutants can cause breathing and other health issues, especially if you already have lung problems, such as asthma. There's no amount of trees you can plant that will keep this contaminated air from going not just a few neighborhoods away, but it can even go states away, counties and states away. There's an article from Harvard Business Review.
Thank you. 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else in opposition?
Good evening. My name's Abby Scott. I am a resident here of Douglas County, 5611 West Chapel Hill Road. Can we go back to the taxation slide? And I just want to specifically ask, are they asking to pay no property taxes?
No.
Could somebody explain that to me, the whole taxation thing?
Once we get done with the public hearing on both sides, then the questions will be coming up to that effect.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Zoe Dyer. I live at 9535 Pool Road, which is right down from the center. I have heard several speak tonight that also lived on Pool Road or directly off of Pool Road. I am from a community that is a little further back down Pool Road. I am not with the West Lakes community that you heard the Homeowners Association president, so we're not with them. And I am not with Weatherstone. So this is a community you've not yet heard from. Pardon me. Thank you for allowing us time tonight to speak to you. I stand here for myself and a few of our neighbors that we feel that this center will greatly impact our neighborhood, our community, where we live, where we work, where we sleep daily. These centers are notoriously known for being hungry, thirsty, and loud. I do appreciate the developers for spending time with us personally and explaining to us how they plan to attack and overcome each one of these hungry, thirsty, and loud. And so there are some good ideas, good plans. I can see that a lot of work went into that. As far as hungry, I know that's between the company and the power source. As far as thirsty, I understand they have a new system. Fill it one time, it circulates, we should be good. We should be. It's new. It's unproven, just like all these data centers are new. This system is also new. I don't know if it'll be good or bad, but it will impact me if it does not turn out to be good. So there's a possible negative impact there. As far as loud, I understand the green spaces and everything. However, the way Pool Road winds around, I am not that far. We won't know if that will be sufficient green space, even with all the leaves up in the summer or fall, before the leaves fall. Is that my time?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, may I just ask the three things that we're asking for?
Sure. Go ahead.
Very quickly. In all of that, with all of that considered, we are asking, because we only have one entrance exit, we are asking for no rezoning of the community. We are asking for mainly another entrance exit access. There is a lot of homes back there that don't have a voice here, and we only have one way out, and that it will be a natural chokehold right there where the company intends to put their alternative entrance exit. I would like for the residents of Pool Road, Creekview, at the very least, to be able to have a separate entrance exit. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. I'm now going to close the public hearing. And Planning and Zoning, you have any questions from staff or from any of the applicants?
This is Brandon Penniman. My first question is actually for Georgia Power. Georgia Power in the building. All right, Mr. Quanda, thank you first off for being here today, sir. On behalf of Georgia Power, quick question. Can you just give us a little bit about the certificate that's been given to the company and just Georgia Power's stance on the power that this data center will pull and the effect that it'll have on our community?
Thank you. My name is Trevor Quander, Area Manager for Georgia Power, 2525 Old Alabama Road. To answer your question, they've been given a certificate for electrical services. Anything that's above a certain level of wattage, new rules and regulations from Public Service Commission mandates that any application goes through Public Service Commission first and foremost. So this has been approved at all levels. Through our integrated resource plan, we've already calculated or have taken account for this project in our IRP. Our IRP is a 20-year scale plan on how to provide generational services. So impact to community from the power side is minimal. Their property's butted up against our 230 kV line, so there would be no need to acquire any additional properties or anything like that. Substations be built on site, so there would be no need to acquire any other property or land to fulfill their needs.
That'll do it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My next question was for staff, really quickly.
Yes, sir.
I heard one of the constituents refer to the tax abatement. She just had a question in regards to that. Could you just explain that in layman's terms as best as possible as to what the condition is asking for?
Certainly. So we have recommended condition number 2, which is the developer of this site shall not utilize any form of tax abatement, incentive, or any other program that would reduce the tax contribution of the property. This is, from the planning and zoning perspective, a condition about transparency. As much as anything. This is a project that from day one has said would not utilize any form of abatement, similar to other projects that have come into Douglas County, specifically the Stream campus and the Waldrop campus. Both of those projects were coming into areas that were not otherwise planned for development of that intensity and that scale. So we feel that the most transparent and above board way to adequately plan for the services that will be required in that area is to make sure that those projects pay their full share of the taxes. Now, I don't disagree that typically your planning and zoning department would not have anything to do with abatements, but that being said, given the commonality of all of those projects, that from day one they have told us that there will not be any abatement utilized for these, we feel that it is fair to memorialize that commitment to the community in such a way that should it change, they would have to go through all of the routine notice requirements under the zoning procedures law to make sure that there is adequate notice given to the community that they intend to change that condition. So that is the purpose behind the Planning and Zoning Department recommending that condition.
And then the applicant said that they don't want to go with that condition, correct?
I will defer to the applicant to speak in that regard.
Yeah, if we can hear from the applicant. I believe you explained it as quickly as you could in your 2 minutes, but if you could just give us a little more detail on exactly why you're against that condition and what's your plan to mitigate.
Certainly. So we, as we've said, we don't think that this is the proper forum because I agree with the notion of transparency 100%. Transparency takes an effort, it takes a dialogue, it takes a sharing of facts. There are a lot of ways in which data centers can be assessed and valued, and we at this point in time have not even had an opportunity to have a discussion with the chief appraiser, which we have reached out very recently to do, but we think it is in the interest of transparency that we have a thoughtful and complete discussion with the facts to determine what the most likely tax profile is going to look like. We think we have a very good idea of that. We would like to exchange viewpoints with the assessor and utilize potentially these tax revenues again for the benefit potentially of both the county and the project. We have a vision for an opportunity where there could be an acceleration of tax revenues that would be above and beyond that which would be in the normal course of when tax revenues align with the development cycle. Getting revenues to the county earlier through a pilot program, for example, that could be utilized. But if we just eliminate, if we have this provision in here as a condition to the zoning, we eliminate the opportunity to have any kind of discussion. At the end of the day, it still comes back to the Board of Commissioners. But it's, again, it just seems anything anything but transparent to eliminate the opportunity to have that conversation.
Okay, so I heard staff mention that at the beginning of this process, you guys had on record said that there would be none. And now tell me where the change of thought has come or why there's been a change of thought there.
So I can't speak to the thinking and the thoughts behind the team that brought this project before us. Now, we are the operator. We're the developer. We will build and we will operate the data center, and it is our customer. It will be the end user, the probably one of the largest end users in the world, for that matter, that will be putting their equipment into the facility in which we operate. I can't speak to the intentions predating our involvement, other than accepting a condition as it relates to maybe getting some infrastructure in place or what have you. I don't know. But from our standpoint, what we're looking at is a customer is going to make a decision as to whether or not they're going to locate $10 billion or more of equipment in our site. Property taxes are the second or third largest operating expense that we have, that our customers have. So again, gets back to it's premature until a proper financial vetting on an informed basis can be made to make a final determination as to whether or not incentives will be necessary. We're not standing before here saying that we need an incentive package of X amount or X percentage or what have you. We're saying we just need the opportunity to be able to have a thoughtful discussion so that we can make an informed decision, that the county can make an informed decision. And I think that our investment in the facility and the operation and our customer investment in equipment is really what's going to be the kind of the ultimate dictating force behind that.
Okay. I think that answers my question. I have one final question for staff. You're good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So according to public record, there was some form of cease and desist order that was made. Could you just give us some detail on that, please?
Yes, sir. At the last meeting, you may recall that there were questions raised about the information that had been distributed in the community. Some of that information was also given to the staff and is included as a part of the public record in the planning and zoning file. As a result, it is a matter of public record that the county attorney had to issue a cease and desist order to the applicant for the continued use of county logo in particular in regard to promoting this project. There was no arrangement with the applicant for the use of the county logo in regard to promoting this project, and that cease and desist letter is a part of the application and the record for this for this project.
Was the cease and desist letter the only way that you asked for that, or had you asked for it previous and it was still being used?
So the issue had come to light at the hearing on November 4th, that there were materials put out in the community that seemed to incorrectly indicate that that Douglas County supported the project or that this was a preferred project of Douglas County. So upon that receipt of that information and highlighting it at the hearing of November 4th, the county attorney issued a cease and desist letter to make it clear that at no time was that arrangement entered into with an applicant in regard to this project.
Okay, thank you. I think that'll do it for me. No further questions.
Okay. Worker, I have a question for WSA. Is anybody from WSA here? Yep, there you go.
Good evening, everybody. Brian Keel, representing WSA.
Yes. Based on the applicant and the amount of water, sewage, what would this impact be like on the infrastructure that I guess is not there in place yet, but what it would look like if it was there, or could it be met during the period of time when they decide to develop?
Certainly. So the amount of water and sewer capacity that they're requesting is well within our long-term plan for this part of the county. The infrastructure that could be extended to the site would certainly be capable of serving it, as would our overall system. To put it in perspective, the amount of water that's being requested is the equivalent of about 63 homes, given the most recent information that we received from the applicant. We actually got some updated water demand numbers just earlier this week that were slightly reduced from what we had at the November meeting. So it's approximately 63 homes worth. So when we look at that compared to what the current zoning would allow on the property, upwards of 200 homes, it is, a reduction in what could be without the project.
Okay, so would they be on, at this point, what would they be on? Would they be on sewer, septic, or is nothing there yet?
So right now, they are quite far removed from any available sewer. I think they're about 2 miles away from the closest available sewer. They would have to extend sewer to their site to be able to get on our system. That option is available to them. We don't have a requirement that they connect to it. They have expressed to us a desire to connect to sewer, but to install temporary septic while they're building out their site until they can extend the sewer. We don't take an issue with that. Quite frankly, we would not take an issue with them going on permanent septic if the Environmental Health Department were to permit such a system.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Is anybody here with public safety, fire, law enforcement? Oh, here we go.
Hi, everyone. My name's Jay Williford. I'm Fire Marshal of Douglas County.
Yes, how would the infrastructure there, could y'all support that type of infrastructure with being a fire department, firehouse out there in that location. Could you kind of explain that based on the amount
So-
of square footage that they're
So,
requesting?
so in this area, we have, it's kind of rural right now, obviously. So we have 2 stations there in that area. Station 8, which is the Dyson Road, and then we have Station 4, which is out Fairplay. Both of those are small stations and do not house ladder trucks. So we would have to house a ladder truck somewhere in that area and probably have to add a fire station to accommodate a complex this size.
So meaning that you have to have a ladder truck, that means it would require for someone to pay for that ladder truck and that facility to be expanded, correct?
I don't think that the facilities can be expanded. I think it would require a new fire station.
A new fire station? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
I have a question of the applicant. No.
Applicant question.
Maybe I'm the right person, and I'm not sure.
With all of the concerns of data centers moving into the area, why Douglasville and that particular site? And my second question is, how long would it be for the project to be complete?
Okay, that question is not for me, so.
I'm going to answer your first question, then I'm going to ask you to repeat the second question, if you don't mind. To the first question, why would we select the site? Well, I mean, availability of power is a paramount issue in terms of site selection for the data center. And this site has that, and the power is available. But more than just the power, and again, I go back to the philosophies of EdgeConneX, the core values of EdgeConneX is to develop its sites in architecturally pleasing ways with landscaping features that, and site features that communicate with the environment. And I think there's no better example of this that I've seen anywhere in the country, frankly, of the sites that are suitable to this level of power requirement, that have the ability to bring the kind of infrastructure we need, but at the same time provide an opportunity to leave substantial open space. I mean, to us as a company that actually walks the walk with regard to concerns about our standing and the environmental impact of our data centers, we see this as just a unicorn of a site from that standpoint. Your second question, I have to ask you.
Second question was the length of time would it take for the construction for it to be operable and running?
So the precise answer to that question becomes very customer specific, but based on the size and based on the ability to get power, the timeline to power that we expect with this site, we'd like to set an expectation of a development period that could last in the range of 10 years. Now, that could be 10 to 12 years. It could be accelerated. That's where, again, the customer will bring us the ability to answer that more precisely, but I think that's a safe directional timeline to set expectations by.
Okay. And I have one more question.
Certainly.
Employment opportunities. How many employees do you feel that will be hired for this particular site?
Sure. Where there are different levels of employees, and what I mean by that is we will employ and our end user customer will employ. I can speak to what we will employ. I can only speculate to what our end user customer will employ. We will employ approximately 230 to 250 jobs that are a blend of engineering, largely a blend of engineering and trades jobs with a lot more heavily weighted toward the trade side of that equation. The members of our workforce that are participating in the digital economy are plumbers, HVAC technicians, electricians. As far as our customers go, they'll be the ones that bring positions like network engineers, for example. I can't, like I said, I can't reasonably speculate. I feel safe in saying that this is a site that's going to bring between 240, 250 to 400 jobs. Previous estimates were a little bit higher, but so was the size of the development. So I just want to go ahead and reconcile that difference right out of the gate. I will also say that a data center campus like this also provides an ecosystem of diversity in job creation beyond the direct jobs that are there to support the 24/7 operations of the data center. are also substantial amounts of supporting jobs, like security positions, like landscaping positions, like cleaning positions. There are offices and warehouse space and things like that. So I look at a data center campus and think that is one of the most diverse sets of skills that you will find in any single, kind of business environment.
Will you work with the schools in the area in terms of educating them about, what's going on in the data center?
Yes, sir. We are big proponents of partnership with community trade schools, community colleges, to help with their implementation of programs that produce work-ready graduates. I've had the pleasure to have, at this point, a limited discussion, albeit a substantive discussion with Dr. Post. I think the vision that she has for the Western Georgia Technical College and the intentions that she has to ready her graduates for workforce participation, we're very, very excited about that, and we're very excited to be able to make our contribution to how that program unfolds. We'll have more substantive discussions if we get past this phase with her, but I was very impressed. I met her at the most recent Douglas County Chamber of Commerce luncheon. Was very impressed for her vision. So that's one specific point of local interest that we have that fits really right in with what we seek to do in the communities in which we operate. We're also a proponent of bringing awareness to the K through 12 levels of opportunities in our industry. Now, not just limited to our functional operations, but data center operations, data engineer, AI, coding, things of that nature. We are a sponsor with a dedicated partner for a program that's proven itself to be very effective, where we're bringing content into K through 12 environments, teaching kids about coding, that teach kids about AI and how to responsibly use AI, how to use AI in a constructive context in terms of problem solving, as opposed to just kind of trying to control that, if you to bring some level of control about the proper use or the most effective use of AI. I mean, I think we're also pretty engaged in the messaging as it relates to the trades in local communities. I may have said this before, but electricians, plumbers, HVAC technicians, a plumbing career might just kind of out of hand be thought, well, I need to go think about whether or not I want to change toilets in a house. In our world, a plumbing certification is an entry point into the digital economy. We need plumbers, we need electricians, we need HVAC. So all of that is to say that we are going to do everything we can in the communities in which we operate to broaden, elevate the talent pool, not just for our benefit, for the benefit of the industry as a whole.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Certainly.
Any other questions for planning and zoning? I have a question for staff.
Yes, sir.
So notice that one of the major sticking points with this new revision of the conditions is the tax abatement. We have several data centers that I've been here when we approved, primarily on the east side of Douglas County. We did not require that. It wasn't a condition. Can you explain why it's a condition on this one and wasn't on some of the other data centers that we've had in the past approved for?
Sure. So there are areas in the comprehensive plan that we had identified for the scale of intensity and development, and that's largely because the infrastructure is already in place to serve those. So over on the east side of the county, particularly in the Thornton Road, Rockhouse Road area, we already have the water and sewer capacity, or we have arrangements to deliver the water and sewer capacity. We already have the police protection. We already have the fire station over there at a size and equipment to serve that. So the ones where we have recommended this abatement, again, foremost have been because they have told us from day one they do not plan to ask for any form of abatement. But beyond that, they are the ones that are coming into areas where we don't have the scale of infrastructure in place to support the intensity of the use.
Okay, thank you for that. So one other question with the abatement, if that was taken out, right, is there a way to, like the applicant mentioned, to, massage it in or, make it to a point where it's something that can be negotiated later?
So again, the condition about the abatement is one that Planning and Zoning Department recommends for the sake of transparency. As we had mentioned previously, there have been indications given to the staff and to the community about the project and the ultimate intent of the project. So with this one, we are recommending that we leave the condition in place so that should the course change and somebody want to come in and say, well, no, we do want to apply for abatements, should the Board of Commissioners be inclined to approve this condition, there would be that same notice procedure in terms of the letters to the neighbors, the signs posted in the community, and things of that nature, so that a condition germane to the original contemplation of this case will also be heard. Again, the staff recommendation is to deny. Overall, we do not think that the comprehensive plan supports a project of this scale and intensity in this location. And so the indication of the condition in there about abatements is simply something that we have seen the Planning and Zoning Board and the Board of Commissioners approve previously in similarly situated projects. But as always, it's at the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Commissioners if they feel that any of these conditions are appropriate in this area or if there are additional conditions that are needed.
Thank you. Still, I'm trying to get a little more granular with this question. Is there a way that is that the Board of Commissioners can negotiate this abatement, or, well, I'm saying we take it out, and then they're able to negotiate the taxes at a later time? In other words, before we get fully into the construction and you know have a tenant in place, is there a way that the Board of Commissioners will also can get involved with the taxes at a later date?
So the abatements all have to be approved by the Board of Commissioners. So it will come to the Board of Commissioners. I believe typically they're presented in executive session, and that is not a public session. And then once discussed in executive session, I believe they are voted on in public session.
Okay, so it can be called later. So I'm just trying to say, if we take it out now, could it be called later and negotiated later? 'Cause I don't really know that process. That's usually outside of my
So again, if
purview.
it's taken out, so let me just clarify, number one, conditions can be changed, right? So it is the recommendation of staff to memorialize the conditions upon which this has been presented to staff and community, right? So this is a notice and transparency condition as far as the staff is concerned. Planning and zoning does not typically get involved in any abatement projects. That is typically the realm of the Development Authority. The Development Authority is not subject to the zoning procedures law in the way the Planning and Zoning Department is. And so from the planning and zoning perspective, this is about notice and transparency. Because when it comes to the typical abatement process, there are not the same notice and transparency requirements that you have for abatements as there are for zoning hearings. So we're not getting into whether or not the project should or should not come under abatement. That is not the purview of planning and zoning. We are memorializing something that has been said to the staff and to the community from the beginning of this project.
All right. Thank you. No other questions? I'm turning over to the Chairman.
Thank you so much, Vice Chairman. Board of Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant or the staff this time? Any questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Okay, let me see where I want to start with this. Representative from the Fire Department, if you would come back up. Where's the closest ladder truck that could accommodate if one of those buildings was?
I think it's a Post Road.
Post Road?
Mhm.
And what would it be about the proper response time from there? It would be what, matter of four minutes maybe, max?
I'd say 6 or 8.
6 or 8 from Post, okay. All right. Can the current Mirror Lake station handle or hold a ladder truck inside of that facility?
No, sir.
It's too small, isn't it?
And I don't think the lot's big enough to add a bay to put a ladder truck in that station.
Yeah.
And I think the same thing is at Station 4, which is at Fairplay.
Okay. All right, that's all I needed, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
All right, now, Trevor from Georgia Power. Evening, sir.
Okay.
What would be about the difference in regards to power usage from these 7 data centers equivalent to 250 homes?
Repeat the question for me.
What would be the difference in power usage for these 7 data center buildings if comparable to 250 homes?
it's hard to articulate. That's apples and oranges in many ways. If you're asking me, what would the power usage for the data center be in relation to 250 homes? It's not a comparison at all. A data center is a large user of electricity. Just to give you an idea, you would more or less compare it to a Publix. How many Publixes versus homes? Does that make sense?
Yes, yes. Okay. That's the only question I had. Thank you, sir. All right, now this one's going to be for the applicant. Okay, from the very beginning of this project, I'm the district commissioner over that area. It has been put to me over and over and over again that there would be absolutely no ask for abatements or incentives. And I made it very, very clear that I believe our county is about tired of allowing large corporations to come in and get abatements and incentives where our citizens are fitting the bill. They're having to pay well over their fair share in taxes. So I'm just curious, if we did not take that condition out, what is it going to do?
The question of what the tax and abatement profile looks like is a gating question from all of our customers at this point in time. And there's a reason for that that's just born in the differences in the economics of a data center compared to any other kind of development. To put it in perspective, if I were to look at how data centers are assessed, or not if, I did, how data centers are assessed in Douglas County versus how a logistics and distribution center would be assessed and taxed. And I use that comparison because I think about, okay, well, what else would be the possible alternative development for this much square footage in this type of construction? A data center will produce between 12 and 15 times the amount of property tax revenue that a warehousing and logistics distribution center would. However, it'll only utilize from a, say, cost per resident standpoint. I mean, if I look at the county budget, the cost of fire and protective services is about $1,500 per person. So we're going to produce 12 to 15 times the amount of revenue. We're going to utilize about 10% of the amount of resource of a comparable warehouse and distribution center. So I think it's generally recognized throughout the country that data centers are very capital dense, which is why they produce such tax density, the resulting tax density. And our customers are looking at our site here, at our site elsewhere in Georgia, at our sites in Texas and Ohio and so on and so forth. They're also looking at our competitor sites. And most every state that encourages data center development and sees the value of data center development understands that there is such a gap on a per square foot basis, we'll call it, of the tax revenue, and there's such a net drop to the bottom line of that tax revenue that the incentives make sense. And furthermore, for us, and when I say us, I mean the industry, again, these taxes, they're not a rounding error. They represent they might be the second or third largest cost annual operating expense. So they get they have a much more significant impact on our operations. So most jurisdictions do understand that. That's why they offer them. And so to make this project competitive, particularly when trying to attract upwards or probably more than $10 billion of customer investment, it's going to be a gating question from them.
Yeah. Just, I mean, as we keep talking about the interest of transparency, that's a major concern for me, because as that was relayed to the community homeowners, it was relayed to me from the very beginning, and it seems like we've now got it down to the 10-yard line, and then now we're asking to remove that condition. Whether we remove the condition or not, I'm just going to be 100% honest. I've been very clear as to where I stood from day one of this project. So if that condition is removed or not, that's still what I said from the very beginning, what was promised to my district, what was promised to our county, is going to remain the same. So even if that condition is removed and that is not given, an abatement is not passed by the Board of Commissioners, will this project go anywhere?
You know, we're just not we don't have the ability to conclude that at this moment because, again, we don't think it's gotten the full vetting that it should. Our intentions, you know, I sit up here and I talk about 12 to 15 times a warehouse. And I do that based on data that's publicly available that I'm very confident about. But I want to sit down with Chief Appraiser Belfour, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. So.
You are.
And I want to validate that. And at the end of the day, you know, when we have an informed discussion with the facts in a transparent fashion, meaning that we're going to be talking about what these data centers look like, what's in the data centers. We're going to be talking about the tax regime that results in property taxes. Then we can make a fully informed decision. Our customer can make a fully informed decision as to whether or not or the extent to which it would be necessary. And then when we're having that discussion with the Development Authority, with the Board of Commissioners, we're also having that discussion on an informed basis. We're not just throwing something against the wall to say, hey, we need this percentage. No, we're having a discussion that says, this is what's important to the project economically, here's why. And by the way, if there are opportunities to produce some benefit to the county as well in the structure, we are more than willing to do that. I had mentioned earlier the possibility of how does a pilot fit into this? You know, I mean, you start construction on a building and you really don't start to see the tax revenues until the building is up and running. And that can be, for an individual building, it can be a 3-year process where there aren't any taxes. Well, perhaps we could structure, we could structure something that would accelerate, like I said, tax revenue from day one when the shovel hits the ground. I mean, you know, I'm idealizing right now, but that's an ideal or idea that is within the context of conversation we can be having, if we're able to do that. And again, our view is that that provision restricts our ability to even have that conversation.
Completely understand, but what I do not want to do is I want my community, especially the community that's going to be affected by this, to have that full transparency. So I believe this is actually the right place for it because they are here, they can hear it, and they can see it. To say that, to have a meeting, you know, at another later time, that meeting will not include the people who I represent. So this is I think, the fair time to have that conversation. But that'll be all for just a moment right now. I have a question for staff, or probably going to be better for WSA.
Respectfully, sir, can I just respond to the last point? Or?
Yeah, please feel free.
With regard to the comment on transparency, again, I guess our view, unless we misunderstand the procedure, is that if there were to be a discussion on a tax incentive, again, it would be a public discussion ultimately. And along the lines of what I was saying about a transparent discussion with the Chief Appraiser, with the Development Authority, I think the results of that transparent discussion would make its way into the discussion before the public.
Understood, but a lot of the public don't keep up with a lot of our meetings. Okay. And it's only because the involvement of this community is, I guarantee you, is the only reason they're here. That's the only reason why everybody else on this list is here, is because they know they have some sort of interest in this, what's on this agenda. So a lot of the public on our meetings, this is quite packed for a normal meeting of ours. So,
thank you,
but WSA,
Yes, sir.
one of the other things that came up that by planning and zoning was changing to the impervious surface. Have you guys looked at, has this changed from 25% to 18%?
I believe their most recent submittal shows a proposed impervious of just over 18%, 18.5 or 18.6%.
And this is in that Dog River Basin, correct?
This is in the Dog River Basin. We do consider this project to be within what we call the secondary Dog River Basin, which has a impervious surface limit of 25%.
Okay. All right, sir.
Happy to expand on that if you'd like.
Okay. No, sir. I know exactly what that is, and I appreciate that. And I probably should have left him up here one more time because I have another question for the applicant in regards to that.
Sure.
Or the designer, whoever designed the layout.
Yes, sir. Wesley Reed with Eberly Associates.
All right, so when this is relayed out, why is it that we went, I get we increased the building sizes, but why are we going to a higher height requirement?
I'll let y'all speak on the height, but.
Or the layout. Oh, no, yeah, no, I'm going to need you for just a moment.
Okay,
too.
yeah, I can speak on the layout. The height of the building, I'll let them speak on.
Okay. When this was all laid out, and this was brought up in the last meeting, that all the buildings would remain 500 feet away from every residential home. According, when we looked at this earlier, we're looking at now it's about down to 350. Has that changed?
There is, I would say there is, the first building when you come in is closer than 500 now, but the remaining of the remaining buildings are, I will say that the front building, there were 2 general warehouse buildings that were on the original site plan. So that building is kind of in place of those. Those buildings were within that 500 feet. It was just not the data center building. So it's still in the area that was planned for development, but the building type changed slightly.
Okay, so not all the buildings are 500 feet away from the residential homes.
I think it is within 500 feet. There is one building, which is labeled Building 1, that is within 500 feet of Pool Road.
Are any less than 500 feet to the residential homes?
Yes,
How
that
many?
building.
How many?
That one building.
Just the one? Okay,
That's correct.
okay. All right, that's all the questions I have, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other questions, Board? Commissioner Kenneth Jones, you have the floor.
You asked a question about height, correct? Did you want us to answer that?
I'm good right now.
Okay.
I just have one question for the applicant. If we're having a discussion and the goal is for it to be transparent, why on earth would you ever start a conversation with the public, planning and zoning, or the district commissioner that included that you would not request any incentives?
Well, I think the general answer to that is when this application was submitted, this entire team that you see here today was not assembled in the way that it is assembled today. There was a new player introduced, the end user, the developer of the site, which has different requirements than what was originally.
But why would the developer of this site make a blanket assertion that this property would not ever seek a tax abatement and that they would come here and build if they know that that decision is going to be contingent on who the end user actually is?
Well, I can't speak to why they made that statement because I was not a part of that team and nor was EdgeConneX at that time. So I think the applicant would probably be better suited to answer that question.
That may be Mr. Hickman who should respond to that. The original question was, or the original discussion was, that the end user may at some point seek
The question was, why start a conversation with, we will not seek an abatement if that is not the case, if you know that that is not a promise you can deliver on?
We started this conversation with the intent to deliver a project that improves the quality of the county, and that remains our intent. We didn't, we're doing our best to deliver this project and the promises we've made to the county. And the market environment is such that in order to attract an end user to this site.
Have you ever developed a data center anywhere where the end user did not need or request a tax incentive or a tax abatement?
Well, we are not, in order to move forward, we are not requiring a tax abatement.
That's not my question. Have you ever developed a data center campus where there was not some abatement or incentive associated with it? And if you have, what is the percentage of those that went forward without an incentive or an abatement attached to it?
This is my first project of this nature here in the county.
I have no further questions.
Listen, our team has worked very hard here to deliver a project, and we are doing our best.
It doesn't seem like the best when you tell somebody something or make a deliberate statement. You have all of these people here who were encouraged to support this project because we keep on having a discussion that this is going to bring in several millions of dollars in taxes. And if there is an incentive attached to that, you have to be honest and transparent with these people that that's not the case. That is what transparency is. That is why this is the appropriate forum to have that discussion. If you have repeatedly told the district commissioner, planning and zoning, and the people supporting this project that there's not going to be an abatement sought, and then you seek one. So that is not transparent. And what I do know about the development of contracts like this is that they do not happen overnight. I also know that preparing your zoning packet does not happen overnight. And if you wanted to have a discussion about incentives, if you wanted to speak with the tax assessor, if all of those things were issues, that information was available. You could have had those conversations and discussions with the district commissioner. They could have given you an appropriate baseline of what may or may not be considerable, but it does feel very much so like bait and switch that at the 11th hour, at the second hearing, now abatements are on the table. That, coupled with misuse of the county's logo, doesn't seem like you are doing your best. And that's perhaps not to the end user because they were not involved at the time, but you have to understand that that is why people have chagrin about an approval that doesn't include that particular condition, because we've been told repeatedly that that's what you want to do. It makes me very concerned from an interest. We have a fiduciary duty to the people that are sitting out there, and if I feel like you are giving me a bait and switch, I have to have concern, appropriate concern, for what potential bait and switch information that you provided to them that would make them support a project that otherwise they may not have.
Commissioner Kenneth Jones would certainly appreciate and understand exactly what you're saying, and certainly can understand why you feel the way you feel. But this is most certainly not a bait and switch in any way. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the applicant team versus the development team that is added on later are two totally separate entities, right? So that's the first thing. And the second thing is the nature of data center developments occur over a long period of time. And the tax revenue that you will receive from those types of developments don't occur until sometime way down the line. Understood. So that's why we're in a position here today, not asking for an abatement, just asking for the opportunity to have a conversation about abatements, such that to the extent there are any ways that we can bring some of that revenue that will not come in for 5-10 years down the line, if we can bring that to the front end to better serve the residents of this area with respect to the fire and safety issues that have been brought up tonight about the ladder, about the fire station, things like that. That type of program helps address those issues right now today, as opposed to 5-10 years down the line. So I understand that there are areas of the county that have been planned for data centers, and they have the infrastructure available for data centers, and that the staff is recommending a denial on this case because they haven't had those same plans in this area. Well, it seems to be a little contrary if you don't offer some sort of program or offer the ability to have a conversation about the program that will bring.
I want to make sure that I'm being clear. It's not that you are asking for it or
Sure.
that you would consider asking
Sure.
for it. That is the issue.
Sure.
I'm not against development in the county. Commissioner Raxton and I sit on the tax abatement
Absolutely.
committee. So we are very intimate with what abatements and incentives can and cannot do and how
Absolutely.
they work. My singular issue is to come and tell the public that you're not going to seek it and then do it anyway.
Well, I totally,
That's the issue.
Totally understand that, but if you look at the application, the life of this application since it's been filed, there's been numerous changes. There's been numerous changes since the beginning of this filing to now. And this is another one of the changes as a part of that application that has been necessary due to the customer and due to the end user, just like the site plan has changed. This is not a bait and switch by any stretch of the imagination. We're here to have a transparent conversation. We'd love to have even more transparent conversations when the time allows about what we're proposing to do with respect to the abatement. So I certainly understand your question. I can confirm to you that right now today, standing at this podium, that this is not a bait and switch. This is the result of a new user coming in as a part of this application process that has a different need than what was expressed earlier.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Kenneth Jones. Any other remarks? Commissioner Raxton, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. And this is for the applicant. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
So I guess just from a historical standpoint, the Board of Commissioners made a commitment in 2026 not to raise property taxes for our residents in Douglas County.
Okay.
With that being said,
Sure.
our residents were very much in favor of that. We listened, and we took that input in, and we took their concerns to heart. By the time we get to this meeting, if there is any ideal or any remote thought of doing any type of tax conversation, tax incentive, it would have been up here before us, first communicated to the residents to let them know, so that they're aware, hey, guess what? There may be an additional loss of potential revenue from a new development as a data center comes into Douglas County. That would have been on the table, communicated to our residents, so they clearly knew that. And then when we come to this meeting, any of those discussions would have been had well before we come tonight and say, yes, move forward, or no, we don't.
Understood.
So again, there is a high level of heartburn here.
Yeah.
To say now, oh, we want to take this, off the table and not even, consider it. And I'm not getting the consensus that there would be a move forward strategy if condition 2 is not removed.
Understood. And I think the way that I want to make sure we're thinking about this the correct way, right? So we're not talking about a net loss to the county or anything like that with respect to any abatement that might be sought for this project. We're still talking about millions of dollars of revenue coming in over and above any other thing that could be developed on this site. So to the extent that there's any reduction in the overall tax revenue that is lost as a result of some abatement, you still have a huge net gain. Still, the county's still in the position to not raise taxes on their residents in 2026. It doesn't change that. Now, the mechanics of how that works and how we get there, that's a whole other conversation. But to say that there will be a loss as a result of an abatement on this project, I don't think that would be the case at all.
Well, again, we have not seen those numbers.
Sure. And that's why we're asking the question tonight, to allow for that condition to be removed such that we can have the opportunity to have a factually based conversation about what those numbers look like, such that the county can make an informed decision on whether they want to move forward with the tax abatement on this project or not.
Okay.
That's all we're asking.
Okay, I would say in the future, have that information up front. Have those conversations up front. Have a proposal.
Yeah.
Have, maybe 2 or 3 different proposals up front. And communicate that and share that with all these homeowners, all these presidents, because they came in and gave their belief and their signatures that you were not going to ask for any tax incentives, tax abatements, tax adjustments, and that's what they signed off on.
I understand that completely, and again, just to reiterate, the way this team is situated now is not how this team was when the application was filed. So to the extent that can be an anomaly or whatever the case might be with respect to presenting information on the front end, absolutely, that's something that we would want to do, which is what we've said from the beginning when we got involved in this application.
Okay, well, I guess I would love to get the ideal or the thoughts from the residents to even now say, hey, guess what, we may switch it. And we may go and ask for tax incentives and to see if they're still in favor.
Sure.
So, Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Braxton.
I just got one more.
Vice Chair, you have the floor.
All right, Mr. Bailey, just real quick. So to say that, so we can have a continued conversation, I don't see why leaving number 2 in there would interfere with us having a continued conversation later on down the line. It just maintains the transparency in there to put out notices to my constituents.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine. I'm just saying, how would that, if removing that, what does that really matter for us to having a conversation down the line? This was just give them a notice of any type of conversation going forward.
Well, the condition as it reads right now, it says the development of the site shall not utilize any form of tax abatement, incentive, or any other program that would reduce the tax contribution of this property. So we can't do anything, have a conversation with anybody about or seek any sort of application with respect to this unless we come back to this board for a modification or amendment to the conditions of the zoning, correct? Which is the zoning process, right? So now we instead of this project being able to go straight to the Economic Development Board and then back to the Board of Commissioners with respect to this conversation, now we have to add an additional step to that conversation, which we could replace with in the same manner by giving the same notices to your constituents in any shape, form, or fashion that you would desire, as we went through with the Development Authority and come back to the Board of Commissioners for the actual tax abatement conversation. So we can still achieve the same goals of transparency without having to come back and get another amendment to the zoning to remove that condition.
So then why the big thing to remove it?
No, that's what I'm saying. We don't need that condition, right? If we remove that condition, then we can achieve the same goals of transparency, of meeting with constituents, of having full-throated conversations about what these tax abatements could be, about whatever program it is that we've agreed to would or could be. We can have those same meetings before you all decide on anything. It doesn't have to be in this, and we can follow the same process, for lack of a better way to put it. We can still follow the same zoning procedures law process. However you dictate to us you want to do it, we can still do that.
Okay. I'll get back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor. Thank you.
Just one question, because I think we're hung up on this, and it's not a bait and switch. I get it. However, but we're hung up on that whole tax abatement potentially. Back to what the vice chairman stated. If that stayed there, that's just one extra step that would possibly keep you moving along. But it's just one extra step. If I'm hearing you correctly, correct?
Well, that's what the zoning procedures law will require.
Say what? Say
That's
that
what zoning procedures law will require, yes.
Right.
It will require us to file a new application with the county and go through it and do the whole process all over again for the removal of that one condition, yes, sir.
Right, and then it'll come back before this potential. Now, we just going with that it would pass.
Yeah, that's the
okay. So,
element.
but with that, and it comes back just to make sure that this board, planning and zoning, and the board of commissioners, either accept an abatement for your end user, because I'm assuming this is wanted to be removed because your potential end user will need or will request some form of tax abatement. I'm just assuming.
Well, we don't know the answer to that yet.
And I know that.
Yeah.
But if you don't know the answer to it and it stayed, then it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I'm trying to find some resolve.
Sure, no, I appreciate it.
Yeah, so, but what I'm getting at though, so if it stayed, not that it's passed, I'm only just.
I understand.
Okay. If it stayed and you had to come back before this board because your end user decided to ask for an abatement of some sort, don't know what it is, then that will be the step that was created in the beginning. Even though you stated that you wasn't around, you kind of came in, I don't know.
Well, I don't mean me and general.
Well, I know the team changed. Right, the team changed.
We're on the same page.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Not just you. So I'm just trying to figure out, because it sounds to me we're on the abatement side of it, and that's not even my question. I got another question or two here, but I'm just
Am I going to be able to sit down on the other questions, or that's going to be
No, you. But I'm trying to get through the abatement, because
Sure.
it sounds to me that the abatement switch
very nice
is not where this planning and zoning board and the board of commissioners we're anticipating that type of a move, because we're in need of different streams of income and revenue.
Sure.
Like the idea of what this potentially could be.
Sure.
But if we're already cutting that off based on removing that, then you're starting off on ground zero.
I'm not sure I follow.
Okay, so if you decide to pull that out,
yeah,
then you'll be working toward the end user through the development authority or someone else trying to agree with and or not what any type of abatement that it may or may not be. We don't know what it is, because
Sure.
we don't know the end user. We don't know if they're going to even request it.
Sure.
They may not need it though.
Sure.
So I don't think if it stayed, it would matter if by chance you still needed and made the request of your end user and needing an abatement, because you can still make the request.
Well, yeah, I think the issue at this point is it's still up to debate. Well, I was just going to say debate, but it's still up to chance, rather.
It's up to a conversation.
Well, it's up to chance if you all decide whether or not you want to remove it at that time. So the question I would have for you is, to the extent you left this in, and we submitted an application to come back and amend.
Because that's where it started. That's where it started.
That's where it started. Okay. And we submitted an application to amend this condition to remove it. What level of information would you want at that time for you to be comfortable to even have a conversation about removing it? Because ordinarily, we would just submit an application that says, we want to strike this condition without much else in the application, because that's just generally how those amendment applications
And you'll
work.
get either a yes or no?
Correct, and I understand that, but,
Okay.
but I feel like there's some sort of level of conversation that information that you want to be able to have.
Well, we'll still have the conversation. I think that, I don't think anybody here will not have that conversation. I think you'll have the conversation. It'll either be a yes or no. So I'm just trying to figure that part out. Now I'll leave it there unless you want to add something to
No,
it.
I
because
like it.
I had another whole question.
I think we got
It
it.
just seemed like that's where everybody was going toward that one statement or that's in there that's wanting to be removed.
Sure.
And I don't know if you're checking the temperature in the room.
Oh, I've checked it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, good enough, good enough. Okay, you're good. You're good. You're good. I don't know who's going to answer this, whether it be the applicant or whomever else. I want to get to the height of this. The height I remember seeing, there was a height difference that went to from
65 to 86.
yeah. Who can help? Oh, that's okay. Talk to me about the height.
All right, so.
I didn't know whether or not you was here or not. See, so you hit, okay, let me stop. I'm just kidding. Okay.
Well, so the reason for the request on the height is because in any sort of building, you have the count. Well, I'll say it this way. So the county has a code and it has definitions that how you measure height of a building, right? And sometimes, in some instances, well, pretty much in every building, there's going to be mechanical equipment that sits on top of the building above and beyond what the height limitation is.
Understood.
We had conversations with staff, I think it was 2 weeks ago, or the week before Thanksgiving, who asked us to request the height based on the full height of the mechanical equipment that was going to be on top of the building. And so that was the reason for that request. And so the majority of that height that you see over and above, that you will see over and above the top of the building is the mechanical equipment. One of those main features being the elevator shaft needed to access the roof in order to service the other mechanical equipment on the building.
I get it. So the height additional piece what was the original height of the building was X, and now with the elevator shaft and
The total height of the
units
building is
and,
86 feet.
Okay.
I think the actual height, you know what the actual height is without it, 68 feet without the mechanical equipment.
Give me
So
that
I don't
again.
know what that math is.
Give me that again. Yeah, give me that again. It was 86.
86 feet with all of the mechanical
Uh-huh.
equipment. 68 feet without the mechanical
Got it.
equipment. Excuse
Got
me.
it.
Tongue twister,
Okay.
yeah.
And that, because it just seemed kind of how it came about. Now I see how it came about
Sure.
based on the equipment on top of
Yes,
the
sir.
building. And that wasn't accounted for when you guys started this whole project and started kind of putting it all together, like the building will be not this height, but it'll be something of this caliber.
Well, when we did line of sight studies, we saw the original condition that came down from staff before the November 4th meeting, and that was our original response to that. Once we got line of sight studies that showed what the actual height of that equipment would be, at that point we were able to respond. Okay, here's what we actually need to be able to build the building, and that's why we responded at that time in that way.
Got it. Okay. Last but not least, and I'm gonna leave this alone because this is
Hopefully I can
this
sit
has been
down
going
on
on.
this.
Okay, yeah, you're doing good though. You're doing good. What's the timeline? The potential timeline, because you can't guarantee that because you got to put the infrastructure in, you got to do all the other stuff. So, what kind of timeline with the amount of buildings? I think it was 8, was it not? Or
7 buildings.
Seven.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
yeah.
So I think Todd mentioned earlier that it's hard to project what that timeline would be ultimately, but I think
Just estimate. I want an
the
estimate.
ballpark
Yeah,
figure
ballpark.
was
Call it
roughly
like
10 years,
By 10 years. Okay,
Yes, sir.
so fully developed, built out in 10 years.
potentially. Todd, you wanna
Potential.
answer that?
All right. Come on up. Yeah. And I'm not looking for the exact science.
Right, and that's
Right.
what I was saying earlier, is I think 10 years is directionally reasonable. I
Okay.
mean, the ultimate design, the customer, some choices, and the ultimate power delivery schedule are going to be the determinants of if we're
Right.
above or beyond. But I think it's a very directionally reasonable place to be. If 10 becomes 12 or 10 becomes 8.
Right. And I get it. That's not a problem. But is the end user will be that determining factor that could make it a 10 or even a 15 year? Because
Well, the answer
I don't
is-
think you'll keep building if you don't have anybody in the building. It's like heads and beds. Hotels don't build, unless they got a head in the bed, so.
That's right, but what I
Okay.
don't expect are extreme variations in that expectation.
Okay.
Things that design features or ways in which the end user may ultimately use it could make a variation of, call it, again, 10 to 20%.
But the
1 or 2
but the
years.
end user will have some determining factor because you're not going to build until you kind of get there. Because we have a lot of projects that comes our way, planning and zoning and all of us. And there are factors, I mean, Mother Nature could determine if by chance that it takes a little bit longer. But however, I know you got to account for that end user, because you're not gonna build and have it ready to go and you don't have an end user. So the end user will play a factor, will be a key factor in all of this. Not that it makes a difference to your yield, but I think we are up here trying to figure out how it's gonna affect our yield in a tax-based perspective. That's where I'm looking for.
Right, and that's a fair question, and certainly a fair statement. In the time horizon that we're giving, we believe that we've got enough built-in contingencies into that thinking. That is why, like I said, it could just as well accelerate. What I guess I get back to is, we're not overly concerned with the risk of substantial delay. I mean, everything you say is right, but we're going to have a customer that is, we're talking about 7 buildings ultimately.
Okay, so you're good. You're going where I want you to go. You're doing good. You're doing good. So now with that, so your end user and you're scaling, you kind of see what that potentially could look like. We don't know exactly. We see what that potentially will look like to determine kind of how fast that 10-year, we'll get to that 10-year mark or 15-year mark. But that end user will have a lot to say in where we end up now.
It will, but it's not like we're going to be sitting around for the next 3 or 4 years trying to identify the end user of, say,
and that was my
building 6 or
next thing.
7.
So you got in play, you're working toward those end users.
Yes.
Don't know who they are, Google, Microsoft, whoever they are. You kind of got those guys in mind while you're building.
That's right. These are long-standing customer relationships that know what we deliver, have confidence in what we deliver.
Right.
So it's not like we're going out and selling our capabilities to customers that don't know us. It's just...
Okay, you're good. You're good. It's all right. It's all good. Thank you.
Mr. Richard, can I ask
yes.
you can I ask staff through you a follow-up question on the
absolutely.
Sure. So, Allison, if we were to leave this condition in and we had to come back in and amend that application, would that toll the 2-year vesting period? If we had to file an application to amend these conditions, would our 2-year vesting period pause? Or would it continue?
So again, I think that what Attorney Bailey is referring to is, under our code, we have a requirement that any application has a 24-month time frame in which to vest.
Right.
If they do not vest within that 24 months, the board may choose to revert the property back to its original zoning. Now, that being said, as y'all know, it's not something that automatically reverts. Right. So we would have to go through the public hearing process, and present it to the Board of Commissioners. And so I think the answer to that question from my perspective is, once it's presented to the Board of Commissioners, as always, any zoning decision would be up to the Board of Commissioners at that time. So if we presented it back to you and said, hey, we get past, we're at month 25, right, and they haven't submitted a site plan, they haven't pulled a permit or anything like that, it would be at the discretion of the board as to whether or not you would allow them to continue to work on it, or whether you would want to revert the zoning back to what it was originally.
Got it.
Does that answer your question? So it's not an automatic.
Yeah, no, I understand it's not automatic, but what I wanted to understand is if we have to file an application to amend the conditions, would that stop the clock on the 24 months at that point? Since it's on the same subject matter, on the same property, same zoning.
So again, I think that, are you asking would it stop it or would it restart it?
Would it stop it and then restart it after it's finished?
I mean, so again, we kind of make these decisions case by case. One of the items we have later on the agenda is a series of map amendments where, from what I can ascertain, I'm probably the first planning director in the history of Douglas County to bring you back a series of zoning reversions. So I have zoning parcels on there that have been zoned this way for 30 years and never vested, and we haven't done anything about it. And we have parcels that may have, been rezoned 2 or 3 years ago. So I would say that what's hard for me to answer about Mr. Bailey's question is it's not one of these sort of automatic processes, that we do. So it's not something I feel like I can give you a firm answer on, other than to say zoning is a power that is expressly delegated to the Board of Commissioners. And we can't take any action to change zoning without the board directing us that that's the action they want to take. And so again, if you look at our section on vesting, it's very clear in that section what you have to do to vest. If they haven't done that, then that would most likely be the answer from the date of the approval, but ultimately the decision whether to revert or not revert would be up to the Board of Commissioners.
I don't know if that answered your question,
It answers it good enough. I understand. I just wanted to get some clarity on that to make sure that we understood what our timeline was with respect to the 24-month vesting period, to the extent we had to file a new application to amend the conditions. That's all.
Right. But it got you close enough to say,
excuse me,
you're okay, the answer. That.
Oh, yeah, I'm good. I can sit down now. Yeah.
Oh, yes, you can sit down. Thank you. All right, I yield back, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bailey, if you could just come back up, please. You're chattering in the classroom.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. Just had one question. Certainly you danced with the subject matter. Well, we certainly have beat number 2 to death tonight, and certainly it is something that's very controversial, and we don't like last-minute notifications, as you can realize from the pulse of this board. But I do have a question. You danced with pilot, pay in lieu
Yes, ma'am.
of taxes,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
I know you're going to do your research, and I won't purge you at this time, but can you talk to me a little bit about pilots?
Well, no, I
No,
cannot
okay,
talk
well,
to
don't. Hold off, hold off.
That is
But
outside
anyway,
of my
I know
purview.
you mentioned it.
Yes, we did mention that. I think if you want some specific questions about what we've been thinking so far from a conceptual standpoint, Todd would be in the best position to answer that question for you.
You have the floor. Okay, Tyler. I just brief.
Sure.
High level.
Well, a pilot would be just that, a payment in lieu of tax, and it'd be intended, it would be an opportunity, again, through a structure of a negotiated abatement, if we chose to engage in one, to provide money to the county in advance. Like I mentioned before, we're probably 3 years into the development before tax revenue starts to really flow. With a pilot, there will be an opportunity to, well, we can make a choice together. I mean, a pilot is not dictated by a tax rate. It's not dictated by an assessed value. It is an amount that we can agree upon, a fee, maybe it would be an alternative term, to accelerate taxes into the county's hands, or accelerate revenues into the county's hands.
And the boat rolls out of the dock immediately with the, is it, okay. All right.
Yes.
I'm just asking.
That's
I
the
know.
idea we had in mind, that we were looking for an opportunity to discuss.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I'm going to shift gears a little bit. If we could have our fire inspector to come back up, fire marshal. Thank you so much for your due diligence tonight and your time and your talent regarding fire. I heard just in the discussions, it drew my attention to, this is a 24/7 fire suppression building. What does that mean to you?
A 24/7, that means you need to have it means they have a sprinkler system in place and basically the basic 24/7 fire protection without a fire department being there. That's what it meant to me. The data center they're talking about, definitely, Commissioner, would need a ladder truck in the area, especially 86 feet. That's a pretty large building, and I'm certain that the battery backup systems are lithium ion. So we would probably need some added protection there. So, but yes, ma'am, it's just got a sprinkler system and other fire protection that everything else would have.
Okay. Because I just researched a little bit, and I may totally be off. I don't know anything about fire, but it says it's a collection of devices designed to detect and extinguish fires by using agents like clean agents, foams, and gases rather than water. And I'm just not sure if
they probably have a Vesta system, which is a state-of-the-art alarm system. Maybe a detection system is considered a Vesta, and the extinguishment system would be set off by the Vesta. Basically, it's just a state-of-the-art system.
Okay. I didn't know if it was just added layer of protection or something that could respond before the fire department get there, some type of response type of mechanisms there, available in that building before you all get there to help suppress the fire. That's all.
Most systems, most data centers do have that type of system. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Right. Because I believe you mentioned, Vice Chair, timing about earlier. Okay, that's all I need. I'm just learning about fire.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much, Jay. All right, with that being said, I yield the floor to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the presentations and discussions, concerns of this matter. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Brandon Penman, I just want to make a couple statements for the record. I think it's pertinent that we as a staff or as a board and as commissioners, I believe it's important that we consider our staff. They do a lot of work every single day that we don't see to ensure that our community is where it should be and it's prepared for where it's going. And when staff mentions future land use and that is within our purview as planning and zoning, our responsibility is considering the future of Douglas County. And I believe that in full transparency that sometimes all money isn't good money. Sometimes a face can look really pretty, but an ugly pimple can really destroy some things. And so I just want to, just for the record, say that I believe it's important for us to listen to the professionals who do this every single day and who have the greatest interest for our community in mind as they do their job. So with that being said, I just wanted to just mention that for the public record, that I think it's super important that we as a board continue to consider our staff and the recommendations that they give us. With that, I'll yield.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning Board, do I have a motion?
Mr. Brandon Penman, I'm going to make a motion to deny application M 2025-03, a request for future land use amendment.
Okay, I have a motion to deny. Do I have a second?
Or Curry, second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Take a vote. All in favor to deny M 2025-3. Raise your right hand. Thank you. Sharon, we have a 4-0 decision, 4-1 decision to deny.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to deny M 2025-03.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
This does not come without weighing on me for so long on this decision. I understand I represent my constituents, but there's things that has drawn concern from me. And not only that, to know that our fire department cannot adequately keep you safe and service that area at this time is something that I have to go to bed with at night if something was to happen to y'all or anything like that. But still, there's just things that were changed that was not what was brought before me and told to me over and over and over again. Regardless, someone should not make promises they can't keep. So I apologize, but I just feel I'm doing the best that I feel I should be doing for my community right now. So, Madam Chair, I yield.
Okay.
I do have one thing, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Kendall Jones, you have the floor.
Just to piggyback off of what Commissioner Alcaraz just said, I want the residents to know that we are taking it very seriously when the fire department and the sheriff's department tell us that we cannot adequately service your area if we develop this here. There are a plethora of data centers in my district already. Most of them have been in the works for almost 10 years, and they still have not generated enough revenue to build out the appropriate number of fire stations across the county, to purchase the appropriate number of ladder trucks and fire suppression trucks with the additional extended hoses and all of the things that come with that. And they've been here for almost 10 years at this point. I'm harping on the abatements because I want to make sure that it is clear to the public. When a company comes and they get an incentive, if we are not adequately negotiating that on the front end and making you aware, it is irresponsible for us to make a decision based on projected revenue and the total revenue that a project may create over the course of a 10-year period or a 20-year period, when we know that the public's assumption is that they're getting that money immediately, and that is not what is happening. We have done the research now at this point. That's simply not what's happening. To the point about pilot programs, we already have a data center that's on a pilot program in Douglas County, and on their current pilot, they are paying way less than what the assessed tax value would have been on that property. So yeah, we may have started getting money on day one, but it's not anywhere near what was owed to you as residents. That is why we have had companies that are in Douglas County who have been on incentive plans since 2016, and our operating budget has barely shifted, and there has been no reduction in taxes to you as citizens. It would be irresponsible not to have that information up front, and if they were going to seek an incentive, that is a conversation that could have been long in the works to make sure that we are giving you adequate information, and so that the fire department and the sheriff's department and the school system and whoever else needs to weigh in on that can give you adequate and appropriate information. And I do want to address this notion of all of the jobs that are there, that they are going to bring. What we have seen is in the design and construction phase, yes, there is an abundance of jobs created because you have to have skilled trades and labor. But once the building is done, those people are not staying on as permanent employees of those data centers. So they are not generating the number of jobs that you assume that they are generating. I can't support a project that is not giving you all of the information up front and risk putting people in danger when the fire department and the sheriff's department tell us that they cannot service you. And if they can't, 911 probably cannot meet the demand either. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Kenner Jones. Any other remarks, board? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of denying, please indicate by raising your right hand. Okay, we have all opposed. We have a 4-1 vote, and the motion carries to deny. All right, I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Anybody would like to leave?
Still got two more. Got two more we gotta go
Real
through.
quick,
Two
we
more,
still
that's right.
need
Okay.
on the zoning and the special use permit, if you please. Thank you.
All right, planning and zoning, I get a motion on Z 2025-71.
77.
I'm sorry, 77, again. Motion on Z 2025-77.
Brandon Penman, I make a motion to deny application Z 2025-77.
Okay, I got a motion to deny. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No discussion? All in favor in denial, please raise your right hand. Thank you. Madam Chair, we can move 4-1, decision is denied.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, Vice Chair. For the commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, make a motion to deny Z 2025-77.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of denial, please indicate by raising your right hand. All opposed? Okay, we have 4-1 vote, and the motion carries for denial. I will yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Planning and zoning, I get a motion on S 2025-78.
Brandon Penman, make a motion to deny application S 2025-78.
I have a motion to deny. Do I have a second?
Ward Curry, second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Anyone in favor of denial, please raise your right hand. Thank you. Madam Chair, we have a 4-1 denial.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have another motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to deny S 2025-78.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of denial, please indicate by raising your right hand. All opposed? Okay, 4-1, and the motion carries to deny. Thank you. I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. If anybody want to leave on this particular application, please leave now quietly. Take a 5-minute recess.
Okay. You have any candy? I don't need any candy.
right, we're back in session.
Okay.
Ms. Glenn, would you introduce the next agenda item?
Yes,
By
please.
staff recommendations and findings.
Next agenda item is S 2025-79. The applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow a short-term rental at 6188 Dorset Shoals Road. The lot size is .5 acres in Commission District 3. Thank you. The parcel includes a 1,264 square foot single-family detached dwelling. The residence was built in 1975. The lot is within the Woods Valley subdivision. The applicant is proposing to use the existing home as a short-term rental. Here are the relevant code sections. There are no prior zoning actions. The applicant proposes no site modifications for the existing home. The property owner has an existing licensed short-term rental in District 4 on Highway 5. This special use permit for this property was granted in January of 2024. The property was identified by Rentalscape as a short-term rental in October of 2023. Short-term rentals are monitored through Rentalscape regularly. There are 16 licensed short-term rentals and 82 unlicensed short-term rentals in unincorporated Douglas County. Planning and zoning and code enforcement contact owners who are not in compliance with the county's code. Here are the criteria analysis. Here's the zoning map. Here's the site aerial. Here's the site survey. It is in the suburban living future land use map and the traditional neighborhood character area. We are recommending approval based on the following findings. The proposed special use permit will not modify the intent, purpose, or the spirit of the comprehensive plan. The proposed special use permit will not adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to open the public hearing. Anyone in favor, including applicant and their representative, wish to speak in favor of this application, please approach the podium, state your name, address for the record, then make any comments you would like. You have 2 minutes per person for a total time of 15 minutes. Anyone, is the applicant here or representative? Would you like to speak to the podium? You don't have to if you like to. You don't like to? Okay, that's no problem. Oh, for, in favor? Okay, come on up.
Paul Zakis, 3500 Raintree Court, Douglasville. I know the applicant very well. He's actually a local contractor that has been doing work for me for years and years, and great person, good guy. And I think that the short-term rental for him is for the fact that they're able to keep a closer eye on their property and do the maintenance on their property themselves. So it just allows him to on the short term, to just keep a better eye on the property and make sure it doesn't get distressed. You know, if you've ever owned a rental property, sometimes you don't have access like you would normally, and it causes problems, not just for the tenant and the owner, but for the community as well. So real good family and family business, and I think very highly of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor of this application? See anyone moving? Is anyone in opposition to this application? Seeing no one moving. Okay, is anybody, I'm not sure if I just said this already, but is anyone in opposition to it? I already said that, right? Okay, so no one moving, okay. Madam, I close the hearing now for the public. Any questions from the Planning and Zoning Board?
Yes, I have a question of the applicant or the, yes.
Hey, good evening. My name is Alexis. You had a question, sir?
Yes. You already have another property in Douglasville that you have a short-term rental. So were you notified that this short-term rental need to be brought before us to get a permit, or were you doing this on your own?
No, I was not notified of that.
So you brought it before us that you want to do a special use permit to have the short-term rental?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay.
I have a question. While you're here, will you be living there at the house, or
No, sir. No.
What about security?
Security, as in, like, will we have any, like cameras and stuff, or what kind of security?
You know, if they might have some parties or.
Oh, no,
or-
no, we have guidelines about that. We do not allow parties, and there's a limit of 8 people on the property.
Is this a Airbnb?
Yes, sir.
It is. Okay. All right, that's all I have.
I have another question, applicant. Is it in an HOA community?
No, no, it is not.
So there's no HOA that
Nope.
you know of?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Any other questions from Planning and Zoning Board?
Quick question for staff, and you don't even have to come up. Are there any opposition from the community? Oh, sorry, you do have to come up. Sorry.
For this application, there was a couple that came to the community information meeting. They mainly had questions about traffic. I feel like the applicant answered their questions and they were satisfied with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it, thank you. No further questions.
Any other questions from Planning and Zoning Board? Madam Chair, I yield the floor to you for questions from the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, thank you so much. Board of Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant or the staff? Commissioner Raxton, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. This is to the applicant. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
So I know that you own one of these short-term rentals in District 4 right now. So is there anything that you're planning to do differently with this particular parcel than what you're currently doing with the one in District 4?
No, I do not think so, no.
Okay, so how about as far as the frequency of the rentals? Is it rented pretty frequently throughout 365 days a year? Would you say most of them you have short-term rentals occurring?
Well, it varies. Most of the times it's very busy. For this particular month, we're empty until the 20th and forward. So it varies month to
Okay,
month.
all right. And now, how long have you owned this property?
This one right here, the
Yes,
Dorset,
on Dorset Shores.
roughly, what is it, like 10 years or so?
About 10 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so were you living in it before then, or?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. And I guess one of the concerns I have is because of where it's located, there's really not street parking or parking there. So how do you monitor that? Especially that's a very busy road there.
Yeah. Well, because we have a limit per person, normally there isn't really many cars. And we always make sure to ask that before they rent out, if there's going to be like a lot of traffic or not. And then if there is, well, we ask them to look another place to stay.
Okay. So are you having a limit per rental on how many cars they can have?
We haven't thought of that yet, but we could probably do like 5 cars max.
In the parking lot? I mean, the driveway, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. And we plan on putting a little gravel on the side of the driveway, so we could fit, so there's no problem with parking.
Okay. So we're sure there would not be any street parking or any overnight parking.
None whatsoever.
Like I said, that road cannot tolerate any of that.
None whatsoever.
Okay. All right. And again, are there any additional enhancements or anything that you're looking to do to the facility for any type of additional code enhancements or compliance enhancements?
No, sir.
Okay. So it is, and how many bedrooms is it? I'm sorry.
How many bedrooms?
Yes.
It is 3 bedrooms
3 bedrooms, and how many baths?
with 2 bathrooms.
2 bathrooms, okay. Okay, Madam Chair, I yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Board? Okay. All right. I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the presentation, discussion concerning this matter. Do you have a motion from the board?
This is Frank Perry. Recommend approval of S 2025-79, a request for a special use permit to allow a short-term rental located at 6188 Dorset Shores Road.
Second.
Do you have a second? Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor for approval for this motion, please raise your right hand. All right. Madam Chair, we come with a 5-0 decision for approval.
Okay. All right, Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to motion that we approve S 2025-79 for a special use permit.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of an approval, please raise your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries for an approval. Thank you, and I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations. Next agenda item, please.
Next agenda item, S 2025-82. Applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow a short-term rental at 5401 Stewart Mill Road. The lot size is approximately .77 acres in Commission District 4. The parcel includes a 1,596 square foot single-family detached dwelling. The residence was built in 1920. The lot is in the Glen Mill subdivision. The applicant is proposing to utilize the existing home as a short-term rental. Here are the relevant code sections. There are no prior zoning actions. The applicant proposes no site modifications for the existing home. Here are the criteria analysis. Here's the zoning map. Here's the site aerial. Here's your site survey. It is in the suburban living future land use map and the traditional neighborhood character area. Staff is recommending approval based on the findings that the proposed special use permit will not modify the intent, purpose, or spirit of the comprehensive plan. The proposed special use permit will not adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to open the public hearing. Anyone in favor, including the applicant and their representative, wish to speak in favor of this application, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. Then make any comments you would like. You have 2 minutes per person for a total time of 15 minutes. Is the applicant or applicant representative here or would like to speak? Anyone else like to speak in favor of this application? Okay. I'll close it for favor. Open the public for anyone in opposition of this application. Please state your name and your address.
Hello, I am Nikita Morency. I am at the house next door. I'm at 5391 Stewart Mill Road. I don't know necessarily if the process is that I oppose of it, but I do have a few questions. So kind of the questions that you may have asked, I have questions. So wondering about the use of the space, if it's going to be an Airbnb, what it would look like. I literally live next door, so I've had interactions with individuals there where they've had dogs, people coming into my house, and things before this situation. So I'm just a little bit concerned about what it would look like for the future. So I don't know if this is the appropriate, do I ask those questions? Do you ask those questions? Just me being the homeowner next door.
Okay, thank you, I understand. Anyone else? Any other questions? We'll open up, we'll have questions once we close the public hearing part of it.
Okay.
So the questions will come out then.
Okay, and then afterwards, would I be able to have a full feeling sense if those answers were appropriate, if I fully oppose?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay. All right, just asking. All right, thank you.
Anyone else in opposition of this applicant? Okay, so I'm going to, just walking back. I'm going to close the public hearing. Any questions from the Planning and Zoning Board?
Yes, could the applicant please come forward? That's correct.
Hi, good evening.
Yes. We heard some questions about the next door neighbor. Was this house ever a rental, or were you going to turn it into now Airbnb, or is it going to stay, you're doing short term, so it's must going to be an Airbnb, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So was it previously a rental property before now turning it into an Airbnb?
Yes, it was a rental before.
So the residents that's beside there said that there were some complaints about, guests coming over to their house or dogs or things of that nature that would be served. How can you make sure that the now that your guests that are coming would not be a nuisance or disturbance to the neighbors next to them.
Ok, si hubo problema antes, ¿cómo te puedes asegurar de que con los próximos no va a haber problema? ¿Qué diferencia?
¿Hubo problema de qué? ¿De qué hubo problema?
Por ejemplo, con perros. O con...
No, no que yo sepa. Los perros que están ahí son del otro vecino que está al lado. Y si yo ya los había visto, yo les iba a decir a los vecinos si me aprobaban el Airbnb para que ellos amarraran ese perro. Pero ese es el perro del otro vecino de al lado.
Oh, okay. So she's saying she didn't have problems with, the dogs before, but she has some in the papers. She has something reference in the new papers.
So that, okay.
Could you speak up into the microphone?
Speak, yeah.
Since you're translating, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, because what we want to do is make sure that, because she has to follow the requirements here that's going to be required of her. And then if she doesn't meet that requirement and that neighbor has a complaint, which can bring this back to us, and that permit can be taken away from her. Does she understand that?
Que si entiende que pueden quitártelo después si hay algún problema. Yeah, she understands that.
So what type of safety precautions are she or her, since she's doing Airbnb, going to make sure that this problem that the resident who came up before discussed about, how is she going to make sure that this doesn't happen again with the clients that she have moving into the short-term rental?
Que cómo te vas a asegurar que no haya ese problema, porque ya no va a haber más perros, ya ella no lo va a tener.
Pero yo no entiendo qué tipo de problema están hablando.
Okay, she doesn't understand the question because since the there were dogs before because there was a person living permanently there, but there's going to be different people as it's going to be an Airbnb, and no pets allowed.
Go ahead.
So I think the question we're really asking is, does she have stipulations in her Airbnb rental that will allow animals or no?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, no pets. So before, it was a whole rental and there were pets, but no pets, no.
That's all I have.
Any other questions from the Planning and Zoning Board? Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Okay.
Any questions for you, commissioners?
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions?
I just got one. This is going to be for staff. Just because I hear the concerns of her neighbor, if this property becomes problematic, we have the ability to remove that special use permit, do we not?
Well, I can't answer that. I think that's an Allison question.
She's hiding in the corner back there.
I can't answer that. Oh, she said no. Come on up, Alice. Thank you.
Apologies. Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes, ma'am. Do we have the ability, if this property becomes problematic, because of concerns of hearing of the neighbor, do we have the ability to remove the special use permit?
Yes, so what we would have to do in the event that we were receiving complaints, they would have to be filed with the Code Enforcement Department. Code Enforcement would investigate. If it was found that the complaint was a valid complaint, we would take all of the remedies available to us under the code. That can include returning the case to you for a show cause hearing and possible revocation of the special use permit.
Okay, I just wanted to give peace to the neighbor. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay.
You can go ahead now.
Any other questions, board? All right, I yield the floor back to you. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning Board, you heard the presentation and discussion concerning this matter. Do you have a motion from the board?
Curry, I make a motion that we approve S 2025-82.
Second.
A request for a special use permit to allow short-term rentals located at 5401 Stewart Mill Road in Douglasville.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve. I have a second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Well, just one thing I want to mention. I don't know if you heard in the back that your first line of defense is code enforcement. If there's issues, and let code enforcement handle it from there, so we get documentation. Okay. All right. Thank you. All approve. All in favor of the approval? Raise your right hand. Thank you. Madam Chair, we come to a 5-0.
Okay, thank-
Unanimous decision. for
Okay.
approval. All right.
All right, thank you so much, Vice Chair Thomas. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, make a motion to approve S 2025-82.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. Thank you so much, and I yield the floor back to you,
Thank you.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you. It's approved. Next agenda item, please.
Yes, sir. Good evening, boards. So our next agenda item is Z 2025-83 and S 2025-84. This is a rezoning and a special use permit. The rezoning request is for residential low density to heavy commercial, CH, and a special use permit, or residential low density with conditions, I should amend, to CH heavy commercial and a special use permit for a commercial lease and fleet parking at 11651 Veterans Memorial Highway. The lot is 11.22 acres. This is in Commission District Number 1. The property is within the Sparks Reservoir subwatershed basin of the Sweetwater Creek watershed basin. So a 100-foot undisturbed buffer and 150 regulated activity setback buffer applies. So a stream, it borders the property on the east, and that's the easternmost property line. The property is otherwise heavily wooded and fronts Veterans Memorial Highway and is adjacent to established commercial uses. The property is configured to also abut established single-family detached residential development at a depth atypical of its commercial neighbors, and you'll see that from the aerial in just one second. So the applicant's proposing 3 buildings, 6,000 square feet each, with the fleet parking at the rear, which I'll show the site plan in just one second. We've taken a look at the relevant code sections. In 2022, this property was approved from a rezoning from heavy commercial with conditions to residential low density with conditions to build a single-family detached residential subdivision. The project is proposed to be served by septic tank infrastructure. The ambiguity of the end use on the site or the end uses and the scale of the use on the site will be best served by sanitary sewer connection. So sanitary sewer connection is not within close proximity to the site. The frontage along Veterans Memorial Highway is narrow, and the site increases in both width and depth, mostly where abutting established single-family detached development. As currently zoned, the site could develop with individual lots at a defined end use as single-family detached residential uses with appropriate septic tank sizing commensurate with the number of bedrooms proposed. The scale proposed, given the ambiguity of the end use for each building, may need to be revised if approved. A single-use commercial use is typical for this section of Veterans Memorial Highway precisely because of the lack of sewer infrastructure. We've taken a look at the zoning criteria and the special use criteria. It's within the quality growth overlay district, and you can see the configuration better from this site aerial as it abuts the single-family detached neighborhoods, and the easternmost property line is identified as state waters. Here's a picture of the site plan with 3 buildings, each at 6,000 square feet, each with fleet parking at the rear and the frontage along Veterans Memorial Highway. It's in the mixed-use corridor, future land use, and the Veterans Memorial Highway professional corridor, character area. Staff's recommending denial of the rezoning and special use permit based upon the following findings. Number 1, that the rezoning and special use permit will modify the intent, purpose, and spirit of the Unified Development Code. Number 2, absent a defined end use, the rezoning provides a greater intensity of use without commensurate water and sewer infrastructure to ensure that the uses can be accommodated with adequate septic tank infrastructure. And number 3, the rezoning and special use permit will adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare. However, if the board is inclined to approve the use, staff is recommending the following condition: that the use shall be vested within a period of 24 months from the date of this approval. If the use is not vested by an approved land disturbance permit, the Planning and Zoning Department shall bring the item before the Board of Commissioners once more as a show cause hearing. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm now going to open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone in favor, including applicant, representative, wishes to speak in favor of the application, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, then make any comments you like. You have 2 minutes per person, a total of 15 minutes. Anyone here that want to speak in favor of this application? Okay. See no one moving. I will now open for opposition to this application. Anyone here in opposition application? You have 2 minutes per person, up to 15 minutes total. Please state your name and address.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for hearing me. My name is Teresa Parrish. I live at 1352 Scott Drive in Douglasville, which is directly behind this property. I am in opposition of the rezoning change to heavy commercial of this property due to the encroachment into the peaceful residential area where many children play in the backyards, yards that are directly accessible to this commercial property, one that will have easy access to Georgia Highway 278 Veterans Memorial. I'm a mom and a grandma, and that's my concern. That's where my heart lies. Also, I have strong concerns about the noise factor and the impact on the natural environment that is behind us. This project and rezoning change to heavy commercial will not only decrease the value of our homes, but the safety, peace, and tranquility of our decades-old neighborhood. I understand there are encroachment laws to protect residential areas from commercial property. So I hope you will use your vote to oppose the rezoning project and protect our neighborhood as if it were your own. God bless you all, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Tony Parrish. That's my wife. Thought she did great. We live at 1352 Scott Drive, and I echo her sentiments, but I also wanted to say that if you guys do approve this, we would really prefer certain stipulations. There's currently a 30-foot buffer that could be increased to, say, 100 feet away from each residence. And then there's a request for a fence in there. I'm not sure where that would be, but we would request that to be where the easement was, or buffer instead of on the property line. A few things like that. We did put them in a letter, or in letters, if you would mind, reading that. Yeah, we oppose this. Not a good idea for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in opposition to this application? All right, seeing none, moving. Questions from the Planning and Zoning Board?
Brandon Penniman, is the applicant present?
No.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Any other questions from the Planning and Zoning Board? I have a question of staff on this one.
Yes, sir.
So what I understand is that this was at one point already zoned heavy commercial, correct?
Yes, sir. In 2022, it transitioned from residential low density to heavy commercial with conditions. Heavy commercial with conditions to residential low density with conditions.
Okay, so they went from heavy commercial to residential.
Yes, sir.
And did they vest, do you know? Was the vesting happening?
No, so the lot is still vacant. So they've not initiated any building.
Land disturbance permit, nothing?
No, sir.
To indicate any kind of movement? Okay. And is this a different owner, do you know? But then the previous owners, a different owner?
Yes, sir. I believe the applicants differ on this request from
Okay.
previously.
So it might be a different owner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I saw I saw the conditions if it was approved. I know obviously your recommendation is not to approve, but if it was approved, you mentioned it was, I can't remember, was it a condition that pertained to a fence?
No, so the condition pertains to the 24-month vesting.
It's the vesting.
So it would allow for a show cause hearing, so to be brought before the board once more if that 24-month period elapsed without any land disturbance permit approval and granting.
So the basic, nothing more strenuous than that, a fence or anything like that, you don't recommend? What about the buffer? The buffers for, between the two, between the residential and the heavy commercial?
The existing buffer would be 50 feet. It can be reduced to 30 feet if the applicant provides an 8-foot fence that serves as a structural buffer. However, if the board is inclined to include a condition that regulates the setback, we'd be happy to.
So you're saying if you go
administer that.
8-foot fence around, then it'll be what, a 30-foot buffer?
Yes, sir. It can be reduced down to 30 feet. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, understand. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions, planners on the board? Okay. Madam Chair, turn over to
Okay.
Commissioners.
Board of Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant or the staff? Okay. All right, I yield the floor back to you.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Planning and zoning, can I get a recommendation?
It's Brandon Penniman. Another moment for statements as well. I just want to make it public for the record that if an applicant doesn't take time to physically be here for their application, it speaks volumes to me personally. So to the constituents or the neighbors, I think that speaks volumes. So that's it. I just wanted to mention that for the record for anybody else who may have an application in the future. And then I do want to make a motion to deny application Z 2025-83.
I have a motion to deny Z 25-83.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I have a motion and a second for Z 2025-83. I get a vote? Raise your right hand. Approved. Madam Chair, we have a 5-0 recommendation for denial.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I too, as I heard my colleague, Mr. Penniman, about the applicant. Allison, was the applicant made aware that he or she, should be here or?
Yes, sir. The applicant was notified by email
Okay.
last week prior to the holiday that this would be the date of the hearing.
Okay, thank you. That's all. So, Madam Chair, on that note, I would like to make a motion to deny item Z 2025-83 in the form of a denial.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of a denial, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries for denial. I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair.
And
Thank you,
just to
ma'am.
clarify, because the zoning failed, the special use permit is rendered moot. Without the zoning change, they cannot ask what they're asking for under the special use permit. So we do not need to take a step to make a motion on the special use permit.
Thank you, Allison. I really appreciate that.
Let's say 5 minutes. All right. Well, the application, it was denied. Next agenda item, please.
Yes, sir. So our next item is Z 2025-85 and S 2025-86. This is a request for a rezoning from light industrial with conditions to light industrial and a special use permit for a contractor's office and outdoor storage on Bullard Road, Rockhouse Road, intersection thereof. The lot is approximately 13 acres. This is in Commission District Number 2. The properties are currently being used residentially or vacant and wooded. The assemblage is adjacent to a cell tower parcel and Sweetwater Creek State Park. Bullard Road at the intersection of Rockhouse Road is gravel and dead ends where it formerly connects to the Douglas Hill Road. The applicant's requesting a rezoning from light industrial to conditions to light industrial to remove the following conditions: that the applicant shall provide dense screening for the portion of the property that fronts any road, and the applicant shall install the industrial intersection of Rockhouse Road and Factory Shoals Road and Bullard Road prior to obtaining any permits. The applicant is requesting a special use permit for outdoor storage for contractor's office and maintenance facility, and I'll show you the site plan in just 1 second. We've taken a look at the relevant code sections. In 2024, this was approved to light industrial with conditions for a warehouse facility exceeding 50,000 square feet. The proposed use departs from the development pattern of this section of Rockhouse Road in scale, so the warehouse buildings along Rockhouse Road are typically greater than 100,000 square feet. And the applicants were approved for a warehouse building exceeding 50,000 square feet in 2024. The small size of the assemblage in hand with the existing conditions of the site may limit large-scale development. The proposed use is compatible with the Commerce Center future land use and provides a lesser intensive use that would require intersection improvements along Rockhouse Road and Bullard Road at the discretion of the Douglas County Department of Transportation. And the Quality Growth Development Overlay District provides for a 25-foot landscape strip with 3 canopy trees, 3 understory trees, 2 evergreen trees, and 18 shrubs every 100 feet of linear strip. We've taken a look at the zoning criteria and the special use permit criteria. Here's a site aerial of the assemblage, and the property is currently light industrial with conditions. Here's a picture of the site plan with the maintenance and office facility and a wash station with about 6.5 acres of outdoor storage. It's in the Commerce Center future land use and the Data District character area. Staff's recommending approval of condition of the rezoning and special use permit based upon the following findings. Number 1, that the proposed rezoning will not modify the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code. Number 2, the proposed rezoning does not modify the existing industrial character of the intersection of Rockhouse Road and Bullard Road, but rather resuits it to a different use. A modification of conditions is appropriate. Number 3, the proposed rezoning will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. And number 4, the proposed use is not a use incompatible with the existing land uses characteristic of Rockhouse Road and Bullard Road. Staff's recommending the following conditions. Number 1, that the applicant is required to connect to the public sewer system for this development with design criteria and specifics to be reviewed for compliance by the Douglas County Water Sewer Authority. And number 2, a data center is not a permitted use on this property. Those were conditions that are from the previous rezoning in 2024. And number 3, the outdoor storage shall be screened from view by an opaque imitation wood vinyl fence, polymer or composite-based material, opaque fence, or freestanding wall no less than 6 feet in height, made of decorative block or stone, and appropriately landscaped and maintained. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm now going to open the public hearing for anyone in favor of this application, including the applicant and their representative wishes to speak in favor of this application. Please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, then make any comments you would like. You have 2 minutes per person for a total of 15 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tosh Wolf, and I'm at 3715 Northside Parkway. I'm with WDG Real Estate Partners, and on behalf of our JV partner, Skinnell Properties, and our client, Plateau Excavation, I want to thank you tonight for your time. We're very excited to present this application for you this evening. As staff touched on, we were previously approved for a 118,000 square foot warehouse on this site, and we've worked very hard over the past several months with staff to present this new plan to them, solicit their feedback, and implement that into this new site plan for Plateau's new build-to-suit effort on the site. It'll be a 34,000 square foot building with 18,000 square feet of professional office, which will be state-of-the-art, which will include professional offices, a simulator training room, and training facilities for their employees. The other things that we're really excited about for this project is that we've been able to scale back the intensity of this site from the 118,000 square foot development to the 34,000 square feet, providing less truck traffic and less intense development for the site, all while being able to hit our financial metrics for the project. We're also really excited to bring this high-quality facility and more jobs to Douglas County from Cobb County, and to provide Plateau, who's been in business since 1983, a first-class facility in Douglas County. Lastly, we're really excited to be able to finalize our transaction with the residents on this site who have really stuck with us over the past couple of years. The Reese family, the Harris family, the Spates family, the Key family, and the Goler family, who have very much wanted to sell their homes in this area that has become much more industrial in character.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else that can speak in favor of this application?
Yes, good evening. My name's Jack Fortner, and I live at 1900 Rock House Road. And there's only 3 families on this piece of property, and all 3 of us are ready to go. So we're all in favor. You know, all 3, families are in favor of this move, and we would like for y'all to see it the same way.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My wife, Dinah.
I've lived in this house for 40 years, and it's completely different than, of course, it's been in my family since before I was born. The whole land is, or 10 acres, 20 acres. But anyway, we just want to get out of here, because all it is now is just big buildings, big traffic, trucks, and everything. We just want to be able to move like, and live like normal people again, because our woods are gone.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in favor of this application?
Hello, my name is Angela Reese. I live at Bullard Road. I'm the only resident that lives on Bullard Road. I'm highly in favor of this going forward. I've lived in my home for 42 years. And like she says, I can look at my front door and there's 2 warehouses there now. And I'm ready to go on. So I highly vote yes for this.
I understand. Thank you. Anyone else in favor of this application? You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and your address.
Sure. Good evening. I'm Greg Farr with Plateau, the tenant. We're currently located at 375 Lee Industrial Boulevard in Austell, where we've been at since the early 90s. The company's been in business since 1983. We're excited about the opportunity to relocate to this property. It's close to where we're at now. Most of our employees live in Douglas County and Carroll County, so they're on the side of town. We wanted to stay close And the equipment dealer that we buy a lot of our parts and service from is in close proximity too, so it makes sense for us to relocate here. It gives us about twice the space we have today. So we employ about 1,200 people at this facility. There'll be 25 to 30, that's constantly there between the office and the shop space. So we look forward to this opportunity and be able to
Thank
approve.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Anyone else in favor for the application? See no movement. Is anyone in opposition to this applicant? Please state your name and your address.
Jantan Newcomb Osborne, Parkside Community in Lithia Springs. The same concerns they have about the warehouses is the same concerns we have. So this development will be next to our community directly. Not sure how far it is from Parkside. I know we are dealing with a court case now for a property owner that has land that has not been developed. And I'm assuming that he's working with them to get this built. In saying that, we don't know the distance from our community to this building. We're totally surrounded. And we have over 200 homes in our Parkside community, Parkside Manor and Parkside Village. So I understand their concerns about what they see. I'm just concerned about now the continuous erosion near our community. And in that area, specifically on that side of our community, there's a lot of damage in regards to water. So there's water issues. And I believe initially that's the reason why the residential was not done, because it's considered a flood zone next to our community. So I don't know what the buffer looks like, but I know that the buffer should be huge considering. And then also with the traffic, that in that curve of Bullard, all of the street signs are on the ground. The curve sign is on the ground. So we have a lot of accidents in that curve, and then more traffic would just be another additional concern. So if it's going to be built, we definitely need bufferage, huge bufferage, because it is around our tennis courts, our swimming pool, and our clubhouse. And we're already having issues with animals coming in. We're already having issues with erosion coming in. So my concern that we're just finding out about this one is that how is it going to affect our community? So this is not the 3 or 4. It's not to say that they can't build. We just have some serious concerns with this.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in opposition of this applicant? Seeing no movement. Planning and zoning, you have any questions from applicants or staff?
Mr. Brandon Pim, I have a question for staff. Ms. Cronin, could you tell us approximate distance of the actual build site in consideration of the neighborhood that was just mentioned by the constituent?
Yes, sir. So I believe the Parkside West subdivision is a little further down. Can't give you the exact distance. However, I believe it's on the opposite side of the road, further down Rock House. But I just don't have that exact distance.
Now, on that area, you have to look it up, Allison? I can look it up, but that's the next question. Okay. Can you just maybe use the cursor to describe to us, or maybe show us the site plan to describe to us where the actual building will go? And this would be good for you, ma'am, to be able to see how close they are going to be to your actual neighborhood.
Yes, sir. So the northeast of the site, that's the intersection of Bullard and Rock House. And then the office building is proposed closer on the southeast, closer to the Bullard Road right-of-way, with the wash station closer to the northwest of the site and the outdoor storage abutting the Sweetwater Creek State Park area.
And then the neighborhood that's in conversation is down bottom right?
Yes, sir. And we'll have that distance for you in just 1 second.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay. We'll have to, yes, sir.
Any other questions from planning and zoning? When they're looking that up? Any other questions from planning and zoning when they're looking at that distance up?
Yes, I have a question for the applicant.
Yes.
Yes, I know you heard the concerns of the adjoining neighborhood that's close to that. Don't know how far yet. But are y'all looking at some of the things that she was talking about, like erosion issues based on, and I'm looking up here and see a wash. What is that pertaining to?
Yes, maybe I'll answer them in this order.
Okay.
So our site actually does not abut the Parkside neighborhood. Our site is separated by another development site that DSP formerly came in and requested approval for a 400,000 square foot warehouse, which I believe was granted. This site is a little further north and separated by that site.
Okay.
So we would not have any buffering issues directly from that neighborhood, thankfully. We also have agreed with staff's request to add an opaque fence around there, around the outside storage yard, along Bullard Road there, to screen from view any site issues. And then I guess to the north and west, we are abutted by a park essentially, right? So we have no other residential around our site, okay? And then as it pertains to your question about the wash bay, sir, that's actually a place where when Plateau brings their equipment back on site, they can take the equipment in there and clean it. And then, of course, the site would be designed to current stormwater standards to prevent any runoff and adhere to the stormwater standards in place. And we have our team here from Everly that could answer any technical questions related to that for you.
William Greer with Everly and Associates. I just wanted to clarify on the wash station specifically, that is a fully enclosed building that will have its own separate, drain with an oil grit separator, all that would meet typical county code for something you'd be doing. So this isn't like washing it in the outdoor area and just letting it go, wherever it goes. This is much more of an actually controlled and contained facility designed to keep that from happening, if that makes sense.
Okay, so what are they washing?
They're equipment.
What type of equipment?
Yeah, so just to be clear about Plateau, I'm
Okay.
sure most of you guys are familiar with, obviously, our iconic Truist Park, the CHOA Healthcare Facility off of Northside Drive, and then projects like Gwinnett Exchange. So Plateau is the foremost site work contractor probably in the nation, right? They've been around since 1983, and they're the ones who do all the site work for those very large, iconic projects within the region. And so they'll be bringing back on their equipment and cleaning it in that wash bay.
Okay. What type of equipment?
Greg is probably best.
But we also brought our Plateau representative with us.
Okay, thank you. Good job. You need to know this equipment we keep talking about.
Yes, it will be primarily earth-moving equipment like dozers, excavators, that sort of thing.
Okay, there we go.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I need to know. Have no other questions? I guess we got from staff.
And the distance, we found it to be about 4/10 of a mile thereabout from the Parkside neighborhood. But staff would possibly recommend, given the development pattern in this area, if it would be the will of the board, possibly tabling till January 6th to address the community concerns. To possibly see if site modifications could be proposed to assuage any concerns that the neighborhood may have.
You
if
said
it is
it's
the will.
4/10 of a mile away?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thereabout.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I just have one
Yes,
final-
I've got a question. One of the representatives.
Yes.
My concern is, it's already congested in that area with a lot of traffic. What type of traffic plan, or how many cars would be coming in and out?
Yeah, I think current estimates for the site, and Greg may be able to answer this better than I will, but I think there would be roughly, say, 15 to 25 employees on site during the day. And again, I mentioned earlier, we've scaled back the intensity of this use dramatically from the 118,000 square foot warehouse, which had, I think, 23 loading docks and 28 tractor trailer drops. So We did do some preliminary traffic counts, I believe. William, do you remember the quantities?
Well, I don't want to misquote myself on anything related to traffic counts, but the point remains, this is not a distribution facility, right? This is not a facility that has product moving in and out of it. This is correct me if I'm wrong, this is essentially a headquarters. I mean, this is where they're going to be operating their office out of this facility with the combined ability to do maintenance in the same location. So this is a consolidation of their uses for a specific user that really is ready to go compared to like the speculative development that we brought to you guys previously for this. So in that regard, the traffic usage is much reduced. That said, we did, as part of the DRC process, Bruce Bursar with Douglas County DOT was involved in that. And so what we're showing is already something that I've gone back and forth with him several times on regarding checking all the boxes for traffic in terms of sight distance, putting a new deceleration lane in on this drive. If any of y'all have been out there, that I feel for the residents right there as far as how they even get to and from their houses right now currently.
Yeah.
So I truly believe, in my opinion, this is an actual improvement to the condition at this location, and the amount of traffic added as a result of that improvement will be minimal relative to what's actually being achieved from a roadway standpoint.
Okay, thank you, sir. No further questions.
No, any other questions for planning and zoning? I have a question from staff.
Yes, sir.
Was there a community information meeting set for this applicant?
Yes, sir. About November 13th or around that time.
And who all went to, like, I guess my question, with that subdivision that spoke earlier, would they have received the notification?
So they would have noticed the signs that are posted on the frontage of the property. It's required one sign per every 300 feet of road frontage. That has the date for the community information meeting as well as the Planning Zoning Board and Board of Commissioners meeting.
Okay. All right, so it was advertised.
Yes, sir. It was also advertised in the Sentinel.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Another question. So this is it's already light industrial. It's already LI, right?
Yes, sir.
And what condition that they're trying to remove? Just start with that.
So they're requesting the removal of the condition, mostly as it relates to screening. The applicants contend that sorry about that, let me pull this up really quickly, that the quality growth overlay and the 25-foot landscape strip and the requirement for every 100 feet of strip, the certain amount of trees and shrubs would be sufficient. And then they're also requesting the removal of the installation of the industrial intersection of Rockhouse Road, Factory Shoals, and Bullard Road at that triangle on the site aerial.
Can you show me that?
Here. Yes, sir. At this triangle shown to the eastern side of the picture.
On the east side?
Yes, sir. That's the intersection of Rockhouse Road, Bullard Road, and Factory Shoals.
And they want to take the condition off that states what now?
The improvement of that intersection. So we have the Douglas County Department of Transportation here to answer any particular transportation improvement concerns, but the staff believes that the scaling down of the proposed use from 100,000 square foot warehouse to about 36,000 square foot facility might merit additional scaling down of the transportation requirements if it is the will of the board.
Okay. So you're saying because it's a smaller footprint than it was previously approved for, that particular condition can be taken away because it's not as detrimental as it would have been if the footprint was larger.
Yes, sir. The applicant would still have to make transportation improvements as directed by the Douglas County Department of Transportation, but staff believes the scaling down might also merit scaling down of that condition.
Okay. And as far as the size, I mean, it's smaller than 50,000, so we don't have an issue with that as far as the special use permit requirements.
Yes, sir.
So this special use permit is strictly just for outdoor storage?
Yes, sir.
Okay, only. And so it didn't have outdoor storage before? This is only?
No, sir. The previous use approval was for a warehouse.
Okay, this warehouse only? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from planning and zoning? pass it over to you, Madam Chair.
Any questions?
Commissioner Kenner Jones, you have the floor.
How often, and this question is for the applicant, how often are the excavators and the equipment being brought in and out?
I would have to defer that answer to Greg from
So there'll be probably 7 to 8 truckloads a day. Not all of those will have big equipment on them. We have about 1,500 pieces of equipment. Obviously, this property wouldn't hold all that. We work all over the southeastern United States. And most of our equipment's repaired at the dealer shops, whatever state they're working in. This is just, when we're local and we can bring something in. But to answer your question, 4 to 5 a day maybe, and some of them are as small as a car, smaller dozers, some of them are bigger. So there'll be 7 or 8 of those a day, and then 25 to 30 vehicles that'll come in first thing in the morning, work all day, go home at the end of the day like most everyone else does.
What's the noise level associated with the dozers and things that are coming in? Because I get that the end location is about 1/4 mile from
Right.
Parkside, but because of all of the other industrial development, there are 18-wheelers and dump trucks and tractors and all things all day and night coming up and down that road. It is a significant hindrance to the people who already live there. So
Sure. Yeah, this will be minimal. Like I said, there'll be 7 or 8 trucks, trailer trucks coming in a day. They'll bring a piece of equipment in. They'll pull around to the back storage yard where we're seeking the special use land permit for, unload the piece of equipment there. It may sit there for days until we have availability to bring it in the shop. So it may move 100 feet into the shop, and then that's the end of the noise.
are you all opposed to going back and actually meeting with the Parkside community to see if there's any additional adjustments or issues that they would want to see? And first, let me say I appreciate the downzoning. I think that is moving in the right direction. I've always thought 100,000 square foot
Right.
warehouse in that area was crazy in the first place. So I appreciate that. But everyone keeps saying that their particular development is a minimal impact, but when you have 30 that have been built on top of a neighborhood of 200 houses, those minimal impacts add up. And these people are really experiencing issues. I also do have concerns with removing the condition to improve the intersection, because that intersection is one of 2 that are causing the most issues on that road. So even if we're talking about adding only between 5 and 7 trucks, that's still a safety hazard for them. Our signs habitually get run over by the trucks, the dump trucks. People can't navigate those turns. It's constantly causing issues that then Douglas County is responsible for repairing and replacing.
Sure. Let me see if I can answer that in reverse order, right? As it pertains to the intersection improvements, those intersection improvements were really, as I understand it, driven by that larger warehouse that's been approved next door in an excess of 400,000 square feet, and not really driven as a result of the approval of the 118,000 square foot warehouse.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Yes, ma'am.
Allison, could you tell us what other warehouse, just jog our memory of which one is approved next to there that's 400,000 square feet?
Oh my, I don't, are you talking about the distribution?
DSP warehouse just to the, I guess.
I mean, that wouldn't be, yeah, that one's like
No, it's-
900,000 square feet.
It's,
Oh, is it up here?
it's right here, is where it would be. Right
Okay.
here.
So again, it's just,
Their entrance is on the opposite side?
no, so it's just to the south of the potential site, and then on the opposite side of the road. So currently, right now in this area, all of the warehouse facilities are situated on the opposite side of the road from where this one is.
If I may, I might direct your attention to the horizontal blue line, which is the property line. They're going like at the south. It's that property just south of our property line, which was approved for the much larger warehouse. And the
the size and scale of that really drove those excessive road improvements. Because of the size of this site and the scale of what we're trying to do here, not only do we believe it's not warranted based on the volume of traffic, right, that we're gonna put through the intersection, but the size and scale of that development can't possibly economically support those road improvements. Now, in the future, when that developer does build that warehouse, right, they would be required to bring up the roads to that standard. But because we're their neighbor, we're being saddled with that road improvement requirement. And so that's why we've asked for that condition to be removed in this case. We will do the road improvements that we've worked with Mr. Mercer and Everly on, that we believe will most appropriately handle the volume of traffic that we would have on the site for our client Plateau.
Hey, I'll address the location of the other facility. It's the blue line, that's the lowest blue line. The property in question that has a larger footprint for a warehouse is just below that blue line. Part of their zoning conditions were to rebuild the road in front of their property and all the way over to Douglas Hill. So it would be Factory Shoals all the way over to Douglas Hill. That has lingered a little bit. They're doing some coring and checking rocks and so forth. This project is significantly smaller. So we would agree with the reduction of not have this particular development improve the road that hasn't been improved yet because they're just too small. I have been working with the engineers and the applicants as far as how to best access the road. And currently, the triangle is really difficult to see, but Bullard Road comes out on two ends there, and both of them have very poor sight distance. Mm-hmm. Part of our agreement was to, if you want to access this property and develop the property, since the triangle is owned by the county, we would allow that, but you're going to have to create the driveway at the highest point so that it's safe for vehicles to enter and exit the drive.
And then back to my last question, are you all willing to meet with the Parkside neighborhood and show them the site plans and see if there's any additional concerns that neighborhood has that maybe you can mitigate?
I mean, we always want to be good, community partners and residents. We were here for the community information meeting, and no one from that community showed up to express any concerns. And we are on.
I'm not making excuses for residents,
Yeah.
but I was not even aware of the November 13th
Yes,
meeting. That's not to say that it wasn't properly advertised or any issues
Sure.
like that, but it's right at the holidays. I don't think people were
Right. Totally
looking for
understand.
that, because
We-
I know that community to be extremely responsive and involved.
Yep.
I'm surprised that no one came.
Yes, ma'am. We would be happy to speak with them. We are on a bit of a tight time frame to deliver this site for Plateau, so we would want to meet with them, pretty expeditiously.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Okay, any other questions, board? Okay, I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mhm.
Planning and Zoning, you've heard from the applicant. Can I get a motion, please?
Worker, I make a motion that we table Z 2025-85 until January the 6th to give the applicant ample enough time to be able to talk to the adjoining community about any issues that they see in the development.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to table Z 2025-85 until the January 6th meeting. All in favor, raise your right hand. 5-0. 5-0 approval or recommendation for approval to table Z 2025-85 until the January 6th meeting.
Okay, thank you. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and the answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, I'd make a motion to table agenda item Z 2025-85 to the January 6th meeting to permit the developer or the applicant and the neighboring communities to have an opportunity to meet.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of tabling until January 6, 2026, please indicate by raising your right hand. All opposed? Did you raise your hand? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Okay, we have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Next agenda item, please.
Next agenda item S 2025-88. Applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow an antique store at 3641 Highway 5. The lot size is about 2.5 acres in Commission District 4. There is an existing 3,196 square foot single-family house on the parcel. According to the tax assessor, the structure was built in 1899 and has previously been used as a professional office building. The property was rezoned to heavy commercial in 1998 to support a proposed retail shopping center and pharmacy, but the use was never vested. The applicant attended the Development Review Committee in July of 2024 for the same proposed antique shop. The applicant proposes to use the existing structure as an antique shop. Here are the relevant code sections. Here are the prior zoning actions. Again, it was rezoned in 1998, but it was never vested. The applicant proposes to use the existing structure as an antique shop. Here are the criteria analysis. Here's the site aerial. Here's the zoning map. Here's the site survey. It is in the transitional corridor future land use map and the Highway 5 transitional corridor in the Carrollton area. Staff is recommending approval with condition. The proposed special use permit will not modify the intent, purpose, or the spirit of the comprehensive plan. The proposed special use permit will not adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare. Staff is recommending the following condition if the Board of Commissioners are inclined to approve. Prior to the issuance of the occupational tax certificate, the applicant shall submit to the Development Review Committee adequate plans to address the agency impact statements included within the staff report, as well as additional requirements under the relevant governing codes of these departments. All required improvements shall be made prior to the issuance of the occupational tax certificate. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to open the public hearing for anyone that's here to for approval or in favor of this applicant. You have 2
Evening,
minutes.
everybody.
per
Again,
person.
Joe Fowler, Post Office Box 49. Let me introduce Gerardo and Sue Anastasia, friends of mine. They bought what used to be the Century 21 office building. It was the old Wally Smith property. They bought that. Sometimes I think they're reconsidering whether or not they should have bought it, but because she's married to an antique, it made sense to start an antique store. They bought the property in June of 2024. They knew it had been used as an office before. She's got extraordinary talent with antiques. I've been through there. Commissioner Roxton went there. They bought it after having an initial discussion with county representatives about what you have to do to fix it. So he and his son built a nice ramp, spent a lot of money on doing that, put in the emergency lights and things of that nature, and was told to go get a business license. When they went to get a business license, they were told you got to go to the DRC. When they went to the DRC, they were told you have to get a special use permit. And then there are now a lot of other things that relate to fire department, DOT, things of that nature. The list that you see there is as routine as rain. But I will just say that for individuals such as this, sometimes those expenses can become out of reach. But the first step in getting all of this done is the special use permit. And that's why we're here tonight, and they request your approval. We understand that condition, and we'll do whatever is necessary so she can use the for many years of her life for the purpose of dealing with two kinds of antiques, one to whom she's married and the other that will be for sale in her store. Any questions for them about that? She'll be more than glad to answer that.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in favor of the application?
When we bought this piece of
Please
property.
state your name and your address.
Oh, I'm
please.
sorry.
That's right.
Sue Anastasia. My address is 3525 Pope Road in Douglasville. We've been in Douglasville since 1983. We purchased this property. It was run down, overgrown, what do you call it, sore site. And I loved the house. Excuse me. So we cleaned it up, and I want to use it as an antique shop. I think the old house has a flair for the antiques, and I think the small business in Douglasville is a good thing, and it can't hurt anyone. The neighbors are happy with us, and I think it's better than letting it rot, which it was doing. So, that's all.
Thank you. Anyone else speak in favor?
I agree with my wife and what she said. I have no choice.
The antique speaks.
Smart man.
In favor, please state your name and your address, please.
Ambassador Isaac Esel with Serenity Empire. If anybody said we'll be here today speaking for Antique, I'll be surprised. And the reason being is this: Married to Antique it's something I see every day. I engage with families who come into our facilities, and they have a debate going on what furniture mom had or something sentimental to them that they want to bring in, and they're trying to keep it. So it is very important that we kind of look at some of these things. Today's modern world, so many things are changing, but we need to preserve certain things in our community so that seniors could go to a place and see something that they used to see so many years ago. And they'll be able to have a chance to either purchase it or kind of also bring back some of the stuff that they want new people to see into those places. So with that, I am very much in favor of that, and I'm supporting them today. I also want to commend you all for everything that you do. I know you guys make very important decisions for our county, and some of these decisions are very tough, and tonight we've seen some, but great job, you guys. And don't ever think that we are not watching. We are always watching. I was online, and I saw it, and I was like, no, I got to be here. So I saw it on Facebook, and you guys, great job. But Joe right here is a good friend, and the things that he works on too are important to the county. I hope that with time, certain things could be addressed in the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor of this applicant? All right, I'm going to close for in favor. Anyone in opposition to this application? Please come to the podium. You have 2 minutes. See no movement. I'm going to close the public hearing. Planning and zoning, do you have any questions for applicant or staff?
I just want a clarification. Did I misunderstand that the building was built in 1899 or something like that? Wow, that it's an antique by itself. No further.
Any other questions, planning and zoning?
I know that, just to the applicant, I know that the sprinkler system was mentioned as one of the things that'll possibly be something that you have to add in the future. Is that something you guys are ready to take on? The other And I know you mentioned this, Joe, but I really want to just ask the applicant personally, is that something that you guys are ready to take on as far as beyond the permit today, being able to take on the cost of actually being able to open as a two-story commercial building?
We've spoken initially with the fire department. It's under 5,000 square feet. And initially, we were told that we didn't have to have it sprinkled. Apparently, the two-story issue causes that. We'll still deal with the fire department just as the condition requires.
Okay. That's it for me. Thank you.
Any other questions for planning and zoning? All right, we'll pass it over to Chairwoman.
Okay, thank you so much. Board of Commissioners, we have any questions for the applicant or the staff? Okay, thank you. I'll yield the floor back to you.
Planning and zoning, you've heard from everyone. Can I get a recommendation?
It's Brandon Penham. I make a motion to approve application S 2025-88, a special request for a special use permit to allow an antique store at 3641 Highway 5.
Thank you. I have a motion. I have a second.
Frank, second.
I have a motion and a second. Have any discussion? No discussion? All right, I'll take a vote. Everyone in favor with approval, with recommendation approval, please raise your right hand. All right, thank you. Madam Chair, 5-0 for recommendation for approval.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. Board of Commissioners, I called y'all Bird. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve S 2025-88.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, you have the floor, Vice Chair.
Thank you for picking that house and redoing that house. I drive by that house so many times, so thank you for doing that, and I look forward, because you are placing this in the best district in the county. So I'm going to look forward. Once you're finished, I'd love to come by and see it.
Me too.
I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Can they get any tax incentives?
Don't go there, Joe. Tonight's
Any other discussion, Board? Any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion and second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries. And I look forward to shopping and getting some antiques. I love antiques. Thank you and congratulations.
All right, next agenda item, please.
Next agenda item, S 2025-89. Applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow a residential care facility at 5589 West Chapel Hill Road. The lot is approximately 1 acre in Commission District 3. The subject parcel includes a 2,355 square foot single-family home with a total of 3 bedrooms. The home was built in 1978. The parcel is in the Chapel Estate subdivision. The applicant is proposing the use of the home as a residential care facility. Here are the relevant code sections. There are no prior zoning actions for this parcel. The proposed use will not alter the principal character of the use as a single-family residence and will operate as an accessory only. The Unified Development Code states that the applicant shall be a full-time resident of the facility, so the property will be required to be owner-occupied. Here are the criteria, special use criteria analysis. Here's the zoning map. Here's the site aerial. It is in the future land use map, the Rural Places future land use map and the Byway Reserve character area. Staff is recommending approval with the following findings. The use will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or the spirit of the Unified Development Code. The granting of the special use permit will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. The conditions are as follows. At the discretion of the county engineer, the applicant shall present to the Development Review Committee to address any concerns posed by various administrative departments. All improvements required by the various departments shall be made prior to the issuance of an occupational tax certificate. Prior to the issuance of the occupational tax certificate, the applicant must provide proof of permit issued by the state of Georgia to operate the residential care facility. A maximum of 2 vehicles may be parked outside of the home at any given time. On-street parking is prohibited. This condition applies to family, residents, and visitors of the home. Lastly, there should be no more than 2 non-related persons allowed to occupy a single bedroom. The property includes a 3-bedroom, single-family home as identified by the tax assessor unless proper permitting for the building and septic are obtained for the addition of a bedroom. At no point shall there be more than 6 persons under care residing in the home. Thank you.
Thank you. Now going to open the public hearing. Anyone in favor of this applicant, including application and the representative, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the records, and make any comments you like. You have 2 minutes per person, 15 minutes total.
Hello, my name is Casey Bates. I am the applicant. I live at 5589 West Chapel Hill Road. I've lived in Douglasville my whole life, and I've been a registered nurse since 2014. I've spent 8 years in the emergency department, 3.5 years in hospice. So I have been going in and out of small personal care homes, larger facilities, all of the facilities in Douglas County. Not all of them, but quite a few. And there's just a need. We are an aging community, and there is a need for smaller, intimate personal care homes. Some of these people kind of age out of assisted living, and they have nowhere else to go. So I have it, laid on my heart to do this and help our community out with all this.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in favor? Please state your name and address.
Ambassador Isaac Esel, again with 5390 Yeager Road. I think the last time I forgot to mention my address. I'm speaking in favor of the Personal Care Home Initiative, just because that's where we started. And I know the need is out there. And as a county that we are growing, we want our seniors to stay here. People move closer to families, and they move closer to families because they have options. Let's say if mom is like 85 and she's living away from, quite a distance, and you see moms every Thanksgiving, and mom gets to be 100. You have 15 times to see mom, someone that you love dearly. But if we are able to have personal care homes that are available readily for our seniors to be able to live closer to family members, number one, their adult children don't move from the county. They move closer to family members. So to me, I've seen quite a bit of personal care homes, and we've been into different ones, but this is really regulated by the state. So it's not something that somebody comes up here and asking for to get a zoning for personal care home, and they're just gonna do anything they like. It is very regulated. The people that do this have a special heart. They just don't do it for the money. Most of us do it because we care. And I believe that with you all being here today, she says she's a nurse. Nurses are really needed in this county. And if they are coming up and doing above and beyond for our seniors, I just love it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in favor? You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address.
My name is Abby Scott. I am at 5611 West Chapel Hill Road, next door to Casey and Sean. I think y'all need to let good people do good things. We had a little doggy whose name was Cuba, and their pet at the time, they were best friends. They would nuzzle noses through the fence, and Casey and Sean were teaching their kids that that's what you do. You make friends. Different species, way different sizes of animals at the time. Let good people do good things. I support them entirely. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in favor of this application? Okay. I'm going to close for in favor. Anyone want to speak in opposition of this applicant? Seeing no movement, I'm going to close the public hearing. Planning and zoning, do you have any questions for the applicant or the representative? questions? I just have just one question. I think you did answer it, but I was going to make sure from the applicant. You will be living in that, in the
Yes,
home
sir.
during the care? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And how many other people with you there?
Well, currently my husband and my children live with me, but since, they'll be moving into, my parents live right down the road, so they'll be moving there, and then I'll be staying there and hosting all the residents.
So so you have 3 bedrooms, right?
It's actually 5 bedrooms. I don't know, and that also says it's in a neighborhood, and it's not. We live on West Chapel Hill Road, and it's not in a subdivision at all. So I don't know where that mix-up
Okay.
was, but it's
Was
actually.
it add-on to this?
Mm-mm, it's always been, no.
Oh, it's been 5 bedrooms?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you can have, what, 2 per bedroom?
Yeah,
correct?
and I just want 6.
6 total?
Yes, sir.
People? Okay. All right, thank you. That's my other questions. I yield. Any other questions, plan and zoning? Okay. Madam Chair, pass it over to you.
Thank you so much. Any questions for the commissioners, for the applicants? Commissioner Paxton, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. And this for the applicant. I think you kind of clarified it because I was going to ask staff, how did we get to 6 with 3 bedrooms?
Yeah,
So
it's.
just kind of walk me. I just want to get a
Yeah,
clarification on that.
I lived in that house when I was a
Right.
kid. I grew up in the house, and it's my mom and dad's and ours. And it's always been bigger than that. I don't know why on the county it says, on the county website, it says 3 bedrooms, but it's not. If I need to get somebody to come out and do like an inspection to update that on the county website, I'm more than happy to.
Okay, so they'll be using 4 of the bedrooms
Yes.
for this, the residents
Yes.
there? And you'll be using the primary for yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And then just another question.
Sure.
The state of Georgia process to go through is very arduous.
Yes.
So I just want to just get your thoughts, because I know there's been other applicants that have come forth for, residential or a special use permit for residential care facility. So I just want to, understand that you
I'm fully
understand the
aware of everything,
process.
yes.
And that, you're going to, what are your thoughts about going through that process? And if that's something that you think you'll be able to endure, to get that certification?
Yeah, I'm fully aware of all of the stipulations that are required by the county and by the state. It's been a little bit of a difficult process, but we're slowly getting there. And I think the biggest concern is the fire sprinkler system. We have, there's not many companies that do residential fire sprinkler systems, so that's been the hardest part, but we have found some people that have given us some quotes. So as soon as we close this, if everything's approved, we're going to get started on that this month.
Okay. And then my final question, just in regards to parking and just visiting, do you anticipate that, and I'm assuming that this facility will not require full-time staffing or additional
It'll be me
staffing?
full-time.
You'll be full-time? So just visitors and family and friends, what could that look like potentially if you have up to 6 additional residents there in the house?
So I think most of the time, it's like weekends, you might see a few extra people coming to visit. Most of the time during the week, like I'm a hospice nurse and I go into these personal care homes. And so twice a week, I'll go in and check on my patients there. So I don't really see, at the homes that I go to, I don't see any extra traffic as a normal house would have. If it's just, having a regular visitor or my car's going to be there. That's about it.
Okay, so you don't anticipate that there will be any issues
Oh,
with
no.
the neighbors saying, now we're seeing an onslaught of,
No, and we live kind of
visitors?
far off the road.
Okay.
Both of my neighbors right next to me are fully aware of what's going on. So we're not in a subdivision. There's no HOA, nothing like that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, I yield the floor back to you.
Okay. If there are no other questions, I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Plan and zoning. Can I get a recommendation?
Make a motion, it's Brandon Penham, I make a motion to approve application S 2025-89. Request for a special use permit to allow a residential care facility.
Thank you. I have
Frank
a motion to
Second.
approve. I have a second. I have a second
Second.
as well. Any discussion? All in favor, please raise your right hand. Thank you. Madam Chair, we come to you with a 5-0 recommendation for approval.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve S202589 for a special use permit to allow residential care facility.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries. Thank you and congratulations.
Congratulations. Next agenda item, please.
Yes, sir. So our next agenda item are the map amendments that were included in the staff report. So before you is the last adopted zoning map in 2021. The zoning on the map has been updated to December 2nd, 2025. Staff, in the course of looking for properties that haven't been vested, which means that within the 24 months after approval, there has been no sign of building permit or occupational tax or use commencement in any form. We've identified 59 parcels throughout the Dog River, Byway Reserve, rural places, character areas, and we've notified citizens by mail in September 19, 2025. Staff received letters, phone calls, and met with citizens at the community information meeting we held. And the parcels identified with the arrows are those where we received feedback from citizens in opposition for the proposed rezoning reversions. And these parcels are listed here. There are about 8 in total, and there might be additional property owners here to speak as well. And so I'll go briefly over the methodology. So we based it off the rezoning date, vesting period, and the existing conditions of the property. We placed legal advertisements, sent letters to adjacent owners. We selected the parcels based on the character area, the Dog River, Byway Reserve, Rural Reserve, and historic Lithia Springs areas. And 59 parcels were identified. The historic Lithia Springs area I'd like to highlight, especially because it's a little bit of an oddity. So when the Lithia Springs Charter dissolved in 2001, there was a physical zoning map that was adopted and digitized, and we believe that the similar colors of the PUD zoning and the M1, which would indicate light industrial zoning, led to the current zoning as it is now with the light industrial and the heavy commercial zonings here, but these properties have been used residentially and they don't have any active occupational tax certifications and have not been outfitted for commercial uses. The other properties were otherwise vacant, had no occupational taxes, or not outfitted for commercial uses with the vesting period as expired. And so that's the extent of the reversions before you today. So here's the list once more of 59 parcels identified with, there's also the item tonight that was deferred. The item tonight around Highway 166, yes, please. Yes, thank you so much. Sorry. Parcel 0109-035-0033. The item for S2025-87 was also a reversion candidate. So if it is the will of the board, the item was deferred to January 6th. So we would present that before you to be deferred till that time as well. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. I'm now going to open a public hearing in favor of the map amendments. Anyone is wishing to speak in favor of application or this map amendments? Please.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand where you said.
Come on to the podium.
I don't know what he said about our parcel.
Are you in favor or opposed? Opposition?
I'm in favor of my client's, Mr. Jordan here.
Which parcel are they representing? You couldn't hear. Well,
I can tell you the parcel number. Good Lord. I got, most any lawyer, I got too many papers. By the way, I'm Don DeFore. Been practicing law
Can you state your address, please?
56 years, and,
You're needing the parcel ID number?
yeah.
All right, so this is going to be parcel 0158-025-002.
All right.
I had to
And,
piece it together there.
thank you.
No problem.
And I don't know what was said about that parcel.
Understand. Well, right now, there's public hearing in favor or opposition. We were going to go over questions later, and we can bring up the particular parcels that's one of the parcels that, that the staff is recommending that we table, and we'll do that, so they can work things out if there's an opposition of changing the zoning. Right now, they're looking at changing the zoning of these parcels that were not vested.
Well, that's,
Maybe
I came
maybe
down
Allison can
here-
help you with.
I came down here to try to work something out about this.
Okay.
And we're trying to get to leave the zoning as it is.
Okay.
And they're not going to do anything with it. They're going to try to sell it.
So you're in
But if
opposition. You should be in. It's like you're in opposition of this change.
To the reversion,
Okay.
yes.
All right,
Yes,
sir. Well, right now we're doing the open public hearing for approval or recommendation for approval of this, in favor of it. So we'll get the favor first, and then we'll do the opposition second. But now we identified the parcels. That'll help when we.
Well, let me go a little further. This was my thought, how to work this out, was to leave the zoning like it is and let people go ahead and offer it for sale under any category that zoning would allow.
Yeah, we understand. We understand what you're saying.
Please let me finish.
Sure.
All right. I have been dealing with the zoning classification of CH. Okay, all the letters we've got and everything, CH. I realized a while ago, sitting back here, that the approval on this was CG. And what that does to us, I don't know. I mean, I'm not,
Can I just clarify one thing briefly?
Sure.
Thank you. So again, I understand we're in the public hearing. What I would recommend is we can maybe move forward with the public hearing. It is going to be the staff recommendation that anybody who is here with concerns about the reversion, we are going to recommend that you do not revert those properties. So that would include the 8 parcels that we have highlighted there. We have also made a note that parcels 0158-025-002, which is this gentleman's property, we also would take that off the list. So that is going to be our recommendation in regard to next steps for this, is that anybody who's here with a concern, we just kind of leave those as is for tonight, and we just work through the ones that there is not opposition to, if that helps to explain.
Thank you for clarifying.
what we're gonna do about the fact that it's got the wrong zoning on it.
So again, we can have that conversation after the meeting, and if we need to come back to the
But we're gonna
board-
work it out, right?
Like she said, we'll work it out.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, folks.
Anyone
for your
else
attention.
in favor of these amendments and zoning changes? In favor?
Good evening. My name is Randy Moore. I live at 6861 Phillips Mill Road. I believe my parcel of land is in this listing somewhere. I'm in favor of it. We just moved here recently from Iowa. I'm soon to retire, looking to move from Iowa. If you've been watching the weather, you know what's going on there. Much better down here. So when we bought the land, we bought about 8 acres, 9 acres, about, I don't have the exact numbers, about 2.5, 3 acres of that is zoned as commercial. I think the goal here is to get it rezoned as residential. Hasn't been any commercial activity on that property for probably 30 years. I have 5 children that still live in Indiana. They're married, they have children. They're looking hopefully to move this way for the same reason that we did. The property that we bought, we think would be great to build homes, to have the family, have the grandchildren there. So getting that commercial property rezoned as residential would be in our favor. So we very much approve and look forward to this happening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor? See no movement. Is anyone here in opposition of the zoning change?
Yes, Joe Fowler, Post Office Box 49. I represent the estate of Max Graham. His widow, Judy, is the executor. I've spoken with the staff, and I'm not sure if it's been deferred from the list because the list doesn't have the parcel numbers. But I will tell you, it's in Commission District Number 4, and on the plat, it's right in that area. I need to. But I don't know the parcel number of the Graham property.
Is it?
So I'd just like to note for the record.
It's that, yes, it's on there. It's these. It's on there.
Just want to note her objection to the rezoning. She's working with her children to see about putting the property on the market for sale in the light of the death of her husband, and she asked me to make that note. And because I don't know the parcel numbers here, I didn't come prepared to explain that, but I see from Allison that that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition?
Paul Zakas, 3500 Rain Tree Court, Douglasville. I'm here representing Michael Moore, I'm sorry. He's got COVID, so I told him I would come and speak on his behalf. Parcel number 0113, zoned commercial. He doesn't want that switched back.
He does not?
He does not.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Is that the only one, only parcel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Anyone else in opposition?
Yes, I'm Mike Redding, 2381 Lee Place, Villa Rica. And we have the parcel number 0011 at 13991 Veterans Memorial Highway. I just came before you last October and did a partial combination I had 3 tracts of property and went before the commission, and we made they wouldn't let us go CG, so we made those 2 partials. I took a CG and a R and made a residential partial behind this property, and then they mailed me this letter that they were wanting to revert this other back to R also.
Could you state the parcel number again? Make sure they got it.
Parcel number 0011.
Okay, so that's going to be 0152 025 0011.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay, so it's 3 parcels.
No, it's just one now. The other 2 was in October that we did, so it's behind this property here. And this one is actually on Veterans Memorial Highway.
Great, thank you. Staff, you guys got these numbers? Okay, thank you.
It's on there.
Okay, it's already been allocated that this is one that's going to be, don't need to be changed, or don't request not to be changed? Okay.
Yes, sir, it is already listed on the map. It is the 5th one up from the bottom on the 2nd column.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. We got you. Anyone else in opposition? Seeing no movement, I'm going to close the public hearing. You have any questions from planning and zoning?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the gentleman from Iowa know that, I don't know if we recorded his just to make sure. I know he said he didn't. I don't know if he wants it to stay the same or.
He wants to change back.
He wants to change.
He wanted to change back?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to see the commercial piece
Okay, all right. That's the only question I had. Just want to make sure.
Any other questions? Planning and zoning? All right. Hand it over to Piozzi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just have one.
Yes.
Commissioner Kenneth Jones, you have the floor.
The parcels that people object to, so is the next step that they will get a hearing specific to their property?
So, it's a great question. In terms of this project, you may recall this is something that we were tasked with about 18 months ago. It has taken us a minute to go through case by case, look at the history, pull the cases out. And so there will be another round of this in different areas. So we can incorporate these 8, potentially in the future into another area of the county when we look to revert it. But it would be the intent of staff right now that the parcels under consideration to not revert the zoning, so that would be the 8 shown here, plus the addition of 0158, 025, 002, that they would just remain as is.
So does that, and I'm not sure if I'm reading the maps that were provided to us properly, but so in District 2, there's only one, that one is circled on this map. So is this one circled in District 2 because these individuals object, or?
No, ma'am, that one is one that's been identified as a reversion candidate. So we haven't received feedback. I'd have to see what exactly that parcel number is to see if it's not in this list with the arrows, but that's a reversionary candidate.
Oh, okay, so I had it backwards, so that is helpful. So then again, for the parcels that you end up not reverting tonight because you've identified those out, if we don't want to include them in the next round but want to give them a hearing so that you can go ahead and be finished one way or the other, either it's going to stay what it's currently zoned or it's going to revert, what do we need to do to make that happen?
Yeah, so again, our recommendation, if you are wanting to approve the, what would that be, 50 parcels that are proposed for reversion, we would just need to have a motion to approve the updated zoning map with the exclusion of the parcels identified, and I can read those if you would like, but it would be, again, the 8 on the screen that are included there in your report, as well as the additional one that was indicated from the gentleman this evening. So there would be 9 altogether that would not revert, but the rest of them would revert back to the zoning as indicated on the list. Did I say that wrong? Sorry, does it make sense?
No, that makes total
Again,
sense.
this
So my
may be
question,
why no other planning director has tackled this previously, because I want to just, give credit where it's due to Austin for kind of taking this on and doing this. I also want to clarify, we only started with 3 or 4 character areas of the map, right? So we've not done anything in the traditional neighborhoods, or much of the eastern part of the county. So this was just sort of a proof of concept to see how well this goes. And we're learning as we go.
yeah, so I think that you're on track with the reversion. I'm just asking only about the 9 that we're not going to address tonight. What is the next steps for those individuals?
So if you don't choose to revert them tonight, the zoning would just stand as is. We could certainly put in a condition to
I guess I'm
return-
asking why those parcels are being excluded then. If they're still a part of the slate that we can approve tonight in the 50.
So again, with those, it would be, I think, 59. We are recommending to exclude them because the property owners have come forward and objected to reverting them. Now, you
So-
would be within your right to change the zoning, because again, zoning is a power delegated to the Board of Commissioners. But because there are concerns, from the property owners or their representatives, in the words of the previous gentleman up here, we will try to work it out. I don't know what that looks like, because again, under the code, it's been 24 months, and some of these, like I said, it has been decades, and nothing has been done with it.
So that's my question. The ones that nothing has been done with, but people are objecting, is there some form of hearing so that we can make a decision whether or not we want to revert those? Like, do they have some due process issue now that they have objected, where they have a right to their own individual hearing, where they can make their case for why the board should or should not revert this, that particular parcel, just only as to those 9
We could do that.
individuals?
I hadn't contemplated that previously, but if that is the direction of the board, we can certainly bring them back to you individually as we work through with the owners to understand their concerns, if
So
that is
then-
the will of the board.
so
I
then would
understand
it
now what
be-
you're asking.
So then for planning and zoning, would it be beneficial for us to defer those 9 parcels to give you an opportunity to come up with whatever the next steps or solutions are, and then we can address those at that time?
So again, what I might suggest this evening is to defer this until the January 6th meeting to give us more time to work out a solution. I understand this is a lot to go through at 10 o'clock at night. So if you, now that we have the feedback and we understand, the direction of the board, if you'd like to give us more time to defer to January and understand that we may come back to you with a different solution in January. There is nothing time sensitive about approving the zoning map update other than the fact that you asked us to do this going on 2 years ago, and it's just taken us this long to get the research together to present to you, so.
Got it.
So that would be my recommendation. If there's still things we need to clarify, just defer it to that next meeting.
So would it then be improper for us to do 2 separate motions, one for the 50 that are not at issue, and then defer the other 9? That way you're, I guess, dealing with a closed universe of outstandings.
My opinion, and I'll defer to legal, but my opinion would be, as there's nothing pressing about any of this, let's just defer the entire
whole
thing
thing.
so that we make sure that we all understand exactly the direction that we're headed in with this. And part of that is because I don't want to give you a weak answer on my part because I may not be fully following at the end of this meeting. So I don't know if you'd like to offer anything. Mary seems okay with that.
Thank you. I'll yield back, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you so much, Attorney
And Madam Chair.
Mentor. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just
Yes,
one.
okay, Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
And Allison, just so we're clear, I agree with you to kind of defer, to kind of wait and try to get it all together because this is a lot. And it is 10:05. But my question though, did we capture, because there was a lot of things going on, like Joe and Don Defoe and all these guys, parcels of in and out, and I was trying to keep up and write and add a star, don't put it, so did you capture all those? So that's why I think it would be better to kind of defer
Sure.
and wait, so that way you can capture all the others that I think I missed, like the gentleman sitting here, so, or the 9 is the 9.
Well, so again, I feel fairly confident, my disclaimer being it is 10:05 at night, and I'm not going to promise you that we've gotten everything 100% correct. We can go back and review the tape of this meeting and make sure that we understand it. I do feel like of the individuals who spoke in regard to the property,
Right,
they
right.
were properties that we were already aware of. So we do
Okay.
already have it in the record, and that's how we have those 8 on the map there with the red arrows next to
Right.
them. And then the first gentleman that spoke this evening, I've also made a note of that. But I'm certainly happy to defer this to the next meeting and make sure we go back and get it right so as to avoid giving you an incorrect or weak answer.
I would say defer, but,
Sure thing.
we'll see kind of where we go though, but thank you. And I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. Any other discussion, board? All right, I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Planning and zoning, can I get a motion on the UDC amendment?
Mr. Brandon Penham, I make a motion to defer the UDC amendment, UDC map amendments to our January 6th meeting.
I have
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor for tabling the UDC amendment to the January 6th meeting? Raise your right hand. Thank you. Madam Chair, we have a 5-0 unanimous decision to chair this until January 6th.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion to table the UDC amendment until January 6, 2026? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of deferring until January 6, 2026? Please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries to defer. And I yield the floor back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. No other
Thank you.
business coming before the board? Planning and zoning, you are.
Okay. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote to adjourn, and this meeting is adjourned.